Hello there. I don't get it. I only had 2 tabs up on my screen. My Wi-Fi seemed to be okay. My VPN stopped working because I did something to it with my free stuff. It said, "Oh, need to, you got too much, repetitious stuff." Crap, I don't know. Redundant files, I don't know. And then Norton didn't like it, so it took me off. So, I don't know. Always something stupid, you know? I mean, I had no problem. Well, I had problems with going on YouTube Live if I had more than 2 tabs open, and that would go all fuzzy. Then when I was going on StreamYard, I'd be fuzzy as well because, then I found out, oh, you can't have a VPN turned on because, stop it's the blocking or something, I don't know. And for the past couple Wednesdays, I've had issues with this. I have 3 tabs up. Oh, the internet and everything else. Oh. And today, I didn't have any issues. All of a sudden, oh, your internet's going funky. Yeah, send me some a-hole on my Wi-Fi band. I don't know. I'm tired of. I don't know what to do. I'm not plugged into the router. I wish I was. If I had a better cable modem / router, which was not my fault in the first place. I was following directions and got the wrong one, and then tried to get a replacement. So no, I gave up. I have a device that's supposed to, use a Ethernet cable here and there, but I just, all these issues, the computer, and there's a driver that's I'm afraid if I take out that driver, it's dead. It's a dead. It's called Creative. Once it's taken out, but when I blocked the update, it screwed up the sound, so I leave it up there. But I disabled it on one thing, and it still pops up. I don't know. When this goes to Windows 11, when everything goes to Windows 11, everything Best Buy take care of is okay. I'm gonna say this one on the bottom. I think it's Creative. Just remove it from the computer because it's dead. I want to take my friend's computer, which is identical, except he has newer parts, and just put it in here. But I don't know how Best Buy would do that. Say, well, we had to consider another computer, and that's another thing. Like, couldn't you just switch out the parts? I don't know. It's too many things. I scheduled this stream at 5:00. I get home. I got home at around 2:00. Cleaned up. Stuff didn't take in my hair. Ate, and I took a nap. I like dozing off at the computer. So okay, time. Hit the bathroom real fast. Come back on here, and then what happens? Oh, your internet's unstable. Got this crap. Like son of a. Sometimes I just give up, and that's why I haven't really done any videos because I'm just tired. It'd been nice. I mean, I have my numbers now. It'd be nice but I'm like 3,000, 2 to 3,000 watch hours before I can do monetary. Ask for money. Say, hey, look, I can say you can give me money, and I will gladly accept it. But I was just dependent upon the live shows, and then with Wednesday, did not have that issue with the internet freezing, but today I did. 2 Wednesdays in a row, nothing on Saturday. Did not happen Wednesday, but happened today. So it has to happen once a week for me. That's what it seems to be. Oh, I don't know. Let me bring up some things that I'm going to note to myself. Yeah, I'm going to not talk about that. I'm going to be back on Wednesday because turns out I did schedule to be working on Monday. So I would work 5 days in a row, have 3 days off, then back to 4 days in a row, then 3 days off. So tomorrow I'll work 8 hours. Monday I work 7 hours. And Wednesday I have to be back here. Hopefully I did everything right. I logged off everything off the, got out of the internet. But it's still, when I came back on, I said, oh, you still have your live stream on. I'll fine, delete it. Come out with this one. I don't care. But let's go over some notes. Daylight savings time. Talked about this before. A friend of mine, I think he was forced into retirement. But for him, he would work at nights. That's why he liked to have that nighttime when the sun goes down at 8 o'clock. Kind of thing. Eastern. Well, the sun will stay out another 2 hours, basically. But when I get to work in the morning. I'm in the dark. And so I see people at the door saying, what the are you doing here at 6 o'clock in the morning? Not necessary. Because the people are stupid. Like the other day, it was darkness. Like, you're going shopping in the dark. What's wrong with you? And then it was fog all day. Friday. Yeah, Friday. Fog people. I had a thing for that. Maybe it's on another list. Okay, here's something from someone I know. Said, this show versus my other show. This show I do solo. I'm more angry, more tired, more violent. I don't know. While the other show is G-rated. And there's always, I try to think of ideas. Or I have someone else think of ideas. I had Mega J Retro think of an idea last Sunday, and we recorded Nerds vs. Geeks. And that was almost a 2-hour show. This week, it's excuse me, one more pre-recorded show. If it involves comic book artists, as one of my co-hosts was saying, I said I'm not letting him do anything else. It's less work for me to do. If you get into comic book artists, then we'll show it the first week of April, just to get it out there. So there's going to be nothing sitting in the library. If it's not, the Candyman is to have an idea, obscure sci-fi films of the 80s, which I haven't even thought about. I just exhausted. I say, here's a show, here's a concept. I'll be part of it, but in competition with the main show, Legends Driving TARDIS, which was stated on show a couple weeks ago, we talk about everything except Doctor Who. So I mentioned, everything but Doctor Who. They'll throw in sometimes because we're still Doctor Who people. But that's kind of a limitation, and be considered the sister show, which they have over 55,000 subscribers. Me, it was like, mine was done differently, but I'm thinking theirs was interesting. That's a lot of people being the number one show. Number one program on YouTube. Beating Big Finish. There are things I know about Big Finish that scathing. It's all in people that have power. That's the problem. So for me, if someone has ideas, wants to do this and that, I'm just fine with it. I'm tired. I come home from work. I was gonna start the stream at 3 o'clock. Just have it on the background, play music in the background. But I was eating and watching Game Show Network, this and that, dealing with things. I took a nap. I dozed off. So that was my little getaway here. Because so many things I want to do, make videos on, and seems a running battle of what snacks to show. I'm plenty of snacks. I have between all the Kit Kats, I have at least 20 over 2 dozen episodes I can do. I just don't have that feeling for it. And just when I have Spill the Geek tea, I just don't want to disappoint anyone. It's like, the 2 that want to be on, let them have their fun. For me, what I do, I'm always on Candy Crush Soda Saga playing a game till time runs out. Always looking down. It's like, I give the idea of this is what I like to be done, and then let someone else do it. Because no matter how hard I've tried to accomplish things, it never really works out. Always seems to fail. So with this idea, someone wants to have this here, cool. This idea, cool. I made the show. I take credit for it. I'm the showrunner. Should I take the lead? Yes, I should. And a couple times I either forgot, what I say, I lost what I was going to talk about. But then again, I never wanted to go first in anything. Because if I failed at something, if I fail at pushing something, like, well, that's embarrassing. I wait for others to say something. So, okay, now I understand. That's what I got the idea. And like follow through. So always the best for last. That's why I have a Candyman. He always says, what do I think about it? Well, it's like this. I think about it like this, think about it like that. So it gives me enough time to think about it. Because, as I said, I had ideas for 2 more episodes put in the library. And we're using a 1-episode Nerds versus Geeks. I mean, I can continue on with it. Jay started, thought of the title, hosted a show, and others can come in and like, how do you feel? How do you this and that? That could be continuing onward. So that's going to be the end of the month. So after we do the 1 live show, we'll come back to tape show. And if there's comic book artists coming on for tomorrow, then that'll be the first show of April. If not, sit in the library for a bit, because obscure 80s movies, obscure 80s sci-fi movies, I haven't really thought about it, because I get off work and I'm thinking, wow, I'm tired. That's what I heard from more times. Like, I'm tired. I want to go home. I don't want to deal with these people anymore. I got a headache. This is what I get from my coworkers. And for me, I have changed. I'm a little bit worse dealing with people. That's why I wrote the notes down. But should I take the lead every once in a while? Yes. As my show, I should take the lead. But if I know someone that's better than me, has ideas more than me, it's like, sure. That's how I learn. You live, you learn, and there's loves. Let me do this one here. I'm going to take the fish. One off the top of my head was the last customers. This woman, dense. Besides all the ones that say, "Are you open?" Like, I pause for 5 seconds and go, "Yes." Grego. This morning, I walked away from register. So I was going to get my water because of some incident that happened at work. I'm not leaving my stuff near my register. I put a customer service, get my apples, get my water down there. I got home from my store a couple hours ago and I'm still exhausted. So this morning I walked away just to get my water. And then the other one, she walks away because she's, yeah. So my bestie said, register 1. I'm register 5. And I said, okay, well, while they're walking over to her, I'm going to help out bag. He goes, are you open? I was so, no, I would not, no. I walked back to my register. And I just sat on the floor, squatted. System manager goes, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Yeah, I was going to help over there, but the idiot guy said, 'Are you open to her?' And I said, 'I can't deal with it. Since 7 o'clock this morning, these stupid people coming in new. I cannot. No, the brain dead. Can't figure things out.'" And then again, all day long, "Why'd your light on?" Like, "'Cause I don't need the damn light on. I leave it, if I have the light on, it's because it's dark outside or I'm freaking cold. So I turn the damn light on. That's what it is. Say, if you see someone standing at a register, I have the conveyor belt running. I don't have a giant close sign in front of me. I don't have the chains blocking the pathway through. So kind of obviously I'm open. Born with this really dense woman. She goes up. She goes from the back wall, meat department, of the front. "Could you have someone wrap up my meat for me?" Like, in my mind, I'm thinking, why didn't you tell them when you were at the meat department to wrap it up for you? Why are you so stupid? My assistant manager took it, went back there, and she's babbling, babbling, babbling. And then she takes an item, she puts it on the very end of the register, on top of stuff I have for sale. I said, "If you don't want it, you need to hand it to me so I can put it back." Ah, blah, 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 blah. Shut up. Then pays with food stamps, $150 in food stamps. Then she had one hot item. I said, "You owe 3." She gives me a look of, "Huh? It's obviously a hot item. You cannot buy hot food with food stamps. Obviously, if it's not going through, it must be a hot item." She's like, "I don't want it." So I had to figure out pushing the buttons to get out of it. It's like, if I figured it out. It's just the utmost stupidity of these people constantly that has this channel separate from that channel, because here I will rave and rant and everything, while on the other channel, I let everyone else talk. But I should take more control at times when I feel like it. If I have a topic in mind, which everything I did was most all my topics, except for with Jay, and Jay took over, and if based on what's going on Sunday for recording, we'll see what happens. Someone had to change $3.03, $3.33. So I said, okay, made a wish on it. I also bought Powerball and Fantasy 5. And the Mega Millions for, Tuesday. Someone had a balance due of 11.11. Made my wish on it. Made my wish. I'll put that over there then. What else do I have in notes? Yeah, I said, why don't I go first? So I never like going first. As if I was embarrassed, if I didn't know what I was talking about. Others have better ideas, and I would, I could think of something better or similar. That's how we go from there. I do need to balance it out. To be balanced out. It is my Spilling Tea is my show. I need to do what I can. The idea I'm not talking about Doctor Who. Well, if I'm not, I can't stop my co-host from mentioning Doctor Who. It just happens that way. That's the way it shall be. Let's see. Splinter in the finger? Splinter finger? Okay. Splinter finger. Let's see. What's happened at the register in front of me yesterday? Dingleberry puts a $10 bill on the conveyor belt. We tell them, do not put money on the conveyor belt. We tell them, it had signs of Dollar Tree, do not put money on the conveyor belt. I remember some horrible woman, she dropped a coin and said, "Well, that's your problem now." I gave her a look of, I'm going to reach over and just my box cutter. They don't care. But this ding, 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 puts the $10 bill and it rolls underneath into the conveyor belt. And so it had to be Jesse, who's the gopher. He had to take the entire. He tried to move the bar, but he couldn't get to that part. He had to remove the entire device, the scanner, lift up the whole unit, stick it onto the other side of the conveyor belt, remove the metal bar, and fortunately dug out the $10 bill. These people don't care. They leave carts right there, baskets right there. Someone left the shopping cart not in the parking spot, but on the other side of the curb. So in the roadway, basically, between the store and the curb. The idiocracy just continues onward. And is the dumbing down of America. I said it from when I saw Idiocracy, the movie. Like, yeah, it's now a documentary. And then someone put a thesis on it saying Americans being dumbed down every day. Things that do not make any sense. I mean, Common Core math, what the hell? I mean, I understood one math problem from Common Core math. Okay, it's easy. I understand it. It's not worthwhile. It's not important. It's like, who in the hell needs to learn that? They're going to do it in their heads. Yeah, it'll take them 20 minutes to do it in their damn heads. Or write the whole thing out. It's like, you do it the old-fashioned way. If you can't, someone doesn't have their calculator, which just happened at work, take out the pencil, take out the pen, or take out the paper and just drew the original thing. Here's a number minus this number, like a regular calculator, and you see your work. Figure it out that way. But when dumbass let it go through there, and Jesse was saying how it went down, another time it went down further to conveyor belt. You know, why you still have the plexiglass up? Because I want the plexiglass up. Because the retards, they go around there. Who did I say that? Getting angry. Getting ornery, angry. Like, the virus, there will be a stronger virus. No doubt about it. I guarantee. And will echinacea actually help? I'll go look for it. You know, but to doubt that things are going to be all right, no. We think about Gene Hackman, his wife. He had Alzheimer's and a pacemaker. His wife died from a virus from a mouse, and she was dead a week before him. So he couldn't do anything with the Alzheimer's and a pacemaker. What could he do? He can't do anything. So did he know his wife was dead for a week? Most likely. So he did die of a broken heart. And yet that these, I wrote down the notes. Maybe I'll find it. Something else I can't bring up because I don't want my internet to say, can't get on here again. Because, now my VPN is broken because I deleted redundant files through the program. So I had to wait for when we get Norton updated to the newer one, renew it. It'll put a brand new program in there, and I will not touch it. I will not touch anything that says, but the files are too much in Norton. I don't care. I'm leaving it alone. First time I fixed it. First time it came back, so I should have learned. Second time, I messed up. Yeah, and when from dying from a virus that came from a mouse, he couldn't do anything. It's a damn shame. Here's one. It was earlier today. There was the result is there was an accident on I-75. 2 dead. It was a 17-year-old. I didn't bring it up because I was taking a nap, nodding off. I was nodding, nearly napping, and suddenly came a tapping. And so someone gently rapping on my chamber door. It turns out the driver fell asleep at the wheel, so they died. And when a doctor came in, a surgeon or such, he said it was 6-lane highway. The had to be southbound. Had to be going southbound because my coworkers, two coworkers, married, were coming down, and he wanted to call out, like, and he said it too, like he wanted to call out because he couldn't get to work. Like, I'm like, something's wrong with this generation. But the doctor said, three lanes. There are people driving on the outside on the curb, and people are driving on the grass. So 5 lanes going through here. Where the lane where I said the Georgia Police Patrol, whatever it is, we're trying to go down the middle because it's separated and everything. And the far left lane is for the police emergency to go through, and these idiots were using it as a regular lane, and the other idiots were driving on the grass to get through the accident. This is how selfish and ignorant and pieces of these people are around here. And they look over and say, "Oh, look, there's a dead person." Which I have self-entitled, ungrateful fog people of middle child syndrome, Georgia. And I figured out what fog means. Effing oblivious garbage. Effing oblivious garbage people of middle child syndrome, Georgia. I also had CPOS. Self-entitled pieces of... So I'm keeping that note. Let's see. This one says, I-75. They turned to 5 lanes. Oh, here's one. So I added to the note. What's these diesel coupon? Like something we've had for almost a year now. You sign up with the app. Well, I said, it says enter your phone number. I'm like, I was trying to enter my phone number. Do you have the app with us? No? Then don't worry about it. Oh. What signs of, what's your diesel coupon? You going through the door, you see the big giant banner. Then you see the big giant one on top of the Coke machine. And you see on every plexiglass barcode, the little thing to scan. Like, I don't understand that. No. I remember one time a very nice looking woman says to my manager, "Well, couldn't you just give me the discount?" Whoa. You skanky whore. Sound about digital. Most of them are just absolutely ignorant. Inbreeding, it happens. Here's one. A-holes come in early using food stamps, leaving the baskets at the register. Preachers come in, all religious, they were preaching away in their t-shirts and paying with $100 bills. Like, I wonder where you got that from. The church that you're supposedly running and getting tax exempt for? Yeah, garbage. Yeah, my show, Mary should take the lead. I wrote that many times over. Okay. Idiocracy is a documentary how people are getting stupider every day. I said that many times over. So. Oh. Ordered this through Amazon. It's like, I wanted this. It was like, when the price went up too. I still wanted this. Laser Optimus Prime. Never bought it. I remember seeing it at a KB outlet when I moved up here. I was like, but this is the new version. But look at the box. What the hell? Look at the box. Hold the box. Look at the box. Look at the box. So when Amazon said I want to do a review on it, I said, you know what? I asked my friend in Orlando how was the box from Target. I took it out of the box and it's fine. So, because if it's damaged in any way, I can contact Target. I learned from Kenzo's Creations, and that's what I learned here too. Because I wanted to. How did a picture? What the hell? And I did the chat on Amazon because years ago you'd say something. And it was like, "How dare you say that about Amazon? If you do it again, you will never buy from us again." Like, lousy. So the price did go up, but I said, all these things here, it's. I didn't send a picture. I said there's a hole in the back of the box. There's crushed in the bottom. The picture is torn off on the side. How about that, Jesse? Hey, Jesse, smell a finger. Kenny does it so much better. I need some water, Jesse. I said, all these things. And she said, I'll be right back. I came back and I'm going to be refunded. I'm refunded for this transformer, which I wanted to kind of keep in the box because I liked the way it looked. The nice artwork on here. I have no idea what this is here because it's cut out. So for my podcast people listening, if you are, it's part of the box picture was just ripped off. It's torn and it's crushed on the bottom, a hole in the back of the box. Maybe I can save the one side of the box which has Laser Optimus Prime. Maybe the back of the box, kind of. The front of the box, me. But it's a Transformers Legacy United Legacy Optimus Prime, leader class. So it cost buku. Of course, the buku one I want is the Star Optimus Prime. They should just call him Star Convoy like he's supposed to be. I have a bootleg version of Star Convoy. So my Rodimus was slightly different color. But still, bootleg or not, it's cheaper than what the original one was, and I could not get to that. Especially since I bought it like 20 years later. Or whenever Star Convoy came out, 10 years later. So it was 90, so I could, at that point in time. I still want that Star Optimus Prime. Not the one through Target. Kenny got that, and it was talked about the feet. I mean, it was better than Orion Pax turning into Optimus Prime. This was Optimus Prime turning into Star Convoy. So that was a better concept. But the feet issues, no. And I wanted, since I had the original Star Convoy, since I had a bootleg of the original Star Convoy, I was content. It was a big block. And if they fixed the feet on it, I would have grabbed it. Like I would have grabbed the Target version of Optimus, which I saw in Target, but it was $40. Saw it one time, never saw it reduced, never saw it again. It's like someone paid that much money for it. Probably sell on eBay, which I really got to focus somehow. Even with the eBay fees, just to get things out. But do Facebook first. Trusting that no idiot's going to try to say, I never got it. Say, there's tracking on it. Don't lie to me. I sent it. So I'm going to go through that another thing in a second. But the new Star Optimus Prime is like $200. Like, yes, it is better than the original one. It's not a big block thing. It does pretty much the same thing. The same funky way they did Hot Rod. But I do want that one. The idea of Bruticus is going to be huge. But I got to draw the line. I like Bruticus. I liked it more than Devastator. My first Transformers were Devastator. Putting them together, but of course, with loose parts, they go woo 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 woo. Try to take 6 and make one robot. Woo 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 woo. That's why they went with the concept of 5 robots. The big dude and 4 small ones. Not 6 small ones. But based on, I said, the new Transformer comic, I read it. Devastator killed Bruticus. There's only one combiner. It's like, whoa. Fancy, wild stuff. But I was happy with this all because I listened to Kenny saying, all you can do is ask. And that's what I said to my best friend when he got in his car accident. I said, "Did you kind of Morgan? Oh, it was like, all you can do is ask." Then when he said he took claim to asking, it's like, if he wasn't already going in with this, I would have smacked him in the head. I would spend 7 hours, drive down there and smack him in the head saying, "I'm the one that told you to do it." Because his dad contacted Morgan. They were not interested. But then when he said it, he said, "Okay, we'll take your case." And just waiting for him to be a millionaire so he can, get a Humvee or something and run people over. Oh, yeah. That'd be a good thing. So I'm happy I got my money back from that. My dad ordered on eBay. He wanted an air filter for his car. And he spent the extra $1 to have it sent because this guy wanted $1 more. And it was sent to the P.O. box, just down the road. FedEx, another issue with FedEx, right? They said it was delivered. And then I kept looking, like there was different, it said it was delivered to Warner Robins, like address corrections, like what? There could be no address correction because FedEx, the one time they delivered my package to the facility, so I had to go on the interstate, loop around, I found it, and I got my Wonder Woman. Of course, the second time, the guy stole my $600 worth of toys from Big Bad Toy Store. And some of them could not replace. And even before that, I was thinking, do I really need this thing? Yeah, because it's rare. So 2 things. There's a 6-pack of Autobots and Funko Superman from Action Comics #1 in the big giant case. I still haven't seen it yet. If I see it in Walmart, I will grab it. Or Target. I got to remember to go Target. But I haven't seen it. It's sold out through Big Bad. That's what I really wanted. I got the rest anyway. Somehow, the address correction, don't know how because FedEx doesn't know anything. They put the address to the UPS store. So he went to the UPS store, got a slip in the mail, got a slip in there, went back an hour later when they actually opened. I just touched the keypad. It was his air filter. Somehow, it got to the UPS store, the UPS address. He got it. I said, that's all that matters. You got your air filter. But how it did it, I don't know. At least you got it. Like I had issues with the Castle Grayskull from India. One of the 2 a-holes from the post office, down there, the main post office, went to UPS. It was closed, so they dropped it off at Target. Then the guy said, well, I don't remember it was me or someone else. And then when I filed a report against them, they said, oh, you've been taken care of. No, it hasn't. You lying piece of garbage. United States Postal Service screwed me on that. And so to Target, because the idiots did not deliver it from Target back to store. They had it, and the only reason I got it is because they remodeled. Then to find out that, the smaller version was available through Hallmark. But still. And then the $600 package from FedEx, stolen. There was the guy, I ordered the comic book version of Manny Faces package. He gave me my money back. He said, I didn't see your PO box. Your eBay did not say it could not be sent. If it was said it was not going to be sent to a PO box, I would have sent to UPS store easily. So that's lost. Even when I sent to UPS a change of address. And when it happened, I said, okay, they fixed the address. No, it's for something else. So can't trust United States Postal Service, cannot trust UPS, definitely not trust FedEx. DHL, I never had problems with, Dave had problems with DHL. So all these people that want to have things, taken care of here and there, like, That's why when Candyman sent me the Kit Kats from the UK, it took 2 weeks. And it only took 1 day to go from the UK to US. When Grego sent me this stuff the first time, it was lost, right? Then the second time, just put my address on there, it got to me. Stuff I sent to Kenny, went through. So when I get to Now my arm's turning me. Get to find the big stuff. Like it should, make sure that it's, trackings. Like, do I want more than so much tracking? It's like insurance. Probably so. I'll probably add more insurance. Just make sure it gets there. And then another package of, well, could you paint these for me? Could you work on a little file for my little cyber masters? It's funny that the Cyber Master was sent in was wrapped in bubble wrap and sent to a very solid case. And the arms broke off and the little screen on the back of the helmet broke off. Like, I blame the United States. Can't have nice things. I had a dream that my brother in UK sent me my packages, but I don't know. Now he has MS. It may not even get to me anymore. It's like, all to save shipping, not spend $30, $40 in shipping for one little item. It all sent together, and that'd be like $40 shipping for everything. But I don't know. Kind of giving up on a lot of things. Especially when everyone else to do things anymore. It's like, here's an idea, just run with it. But let's see, what I was going to show. I don't know if I showed this. Got this from Walmart. I thought, okay, it's a McFarlane Platinum Edition. I was bewildered. It was a Batman with Ace the Bat Hound, and it turns out it was not Batman. It was Zur-En-Arrh, the crazy personality of Batman when he's wearing the red and yellow and purple outfit. So, yes, with Ace the Bat Hound. So this I never knew existed. But it still says Batman and Ace the Bat Hound. Was actually Zur-En-Arrh. So I'm thinking, finally got something cool. Finally got a limited edition thing. Well, I ended up paying enough anyway, to get Power Girl this and Power Girl that. At the Antique Mall, I did get one of those Funko soda figures. This one's the Funko Heavy Metal Halloween 2023 limited edition. 5,000 pieces, still sealed for $5. Freddy Funko as Batman of Zur-En-Arrh. So okay, $5. I'm getting this one because I was lucky when I had the two open ones. One when I got the Chase figure for Winnie the Pooh, and then the other one was still sitting there for the regular one. So my mom got both Winnie the Poohs. Stealth Ninja He-Man. I'm thinking I was going to open this one, but I was trying to get the custom head made for me, which a dude off of Instagram, Hordak, just never replied about. I asked him. I got something from before. I got from him a King Grayskull head. So as everyone did, it took I don't know if it was taking regular He-Man from Origins or taking He-Man from Masterverse. I think it's taking the Masterverse figure. I did it with Savage He-Man. Put the cape from the other King Grayskull, and the head I used, or maybe it wasn't. But I made my own, King Grayskull under Masterverse. But since the Masterverse stuff fits on Origins, either way I can fix that. But I have a custom head with the proper head for King Grayskull. So either way, if I can use the Masterverse figure since he was a big dude, I use that. Otherwise, I use a He-Man figure. Let's just put it all together. Now Monday, since I'm working, I'll work 7 hours, and I found my green shirt. So anyone tries me, I will say, "Yeah, you see my fist? I'll be prepared." But looking at stuff, I was going to r do a rant video about Amazon because of what happened to Evil Lynn, packaged poorly. Still gonna open up because Kenny's gotta open up and Jay's got it in the background, so figured out. Right now I moved Austin Powers to closer behind me next to, Silver Surfer. That was a Walgreens exclusive, but I would got on eBay for a decent price with my custom Haley Atwell figure. Her head I finally glued on proper. So there's Austin next to Haley. Yeah, baby, yeah. So Mr. Sinister, because a friend of mine kept saying, "Oh, you're Mr. Sinister." And so when I saw that for a couple bucks, three or $5, yeah, I said I get a Mr. Sinister. So Mr. Sinister's there, and the pixelated Mojo, so which works out for me. Oh, they're gonna do a rant video about Amazon where they sent me an open food. Ooh, so that's new and yes, that's always learn from me. Yeah, it's been that way. Amazon does that. Everything you get from Amazon, they don't care. And that's the problem. I did it years ago. I a review and they yelled at me saying, "You can't do that. If you do it again, we're not gonna allow you to buy stuff from Amazon anymore." Of course it is. Billionaires. And they do whatever they want. And yet everyone was trying to work at Amazon down the road off the interstate. And they started firing people like that, you're not doing your job. Yet, how is these idiots? I don't remember what state they're from are doing this, pull this crap. My friend, who's like an uber genius, he was able to change code like that, and yet he's struggling making sure that he keeps his job, even though he is more intelligent than the others. Because I always see him as, oh, he's smarter than you. Oh, maybe we should get rid of him. Oh, kind of thing. It's all garbage. That's why anything from Amazon is like, well, I was surprised because it was, when I did the chat through to India, most likely, and she took care of me. And that was the thing with Windows back in the day. If you called before 5 o'clock, you spoke to someone in the US and they would tell you, you need to buy another copy of Windows. But afterwards, it goes straight to overseas and they'll say, well, let me help you work this out for you. And they fixed the coding, this and that, and everything was fine. And for this too. But at times you're going to get those you cannot understand and this and that. So, well, let's try this, try this, try this. Well, my father didn't screw up and get the wrong cable modem router. Would have had a better one. Had to had the newer one, which was faster and everything else. In time. But I did pay a bit for the platinum edition of Power Girl, where she has wearing the red jacket and the red eyes. Because I had to. I love Power Girl. She is the box is slightly dinged. It's got plastic broken on the top. What can you do? It's you got from the store that way, or because it was packaged nicely, but a little bit of plastic broken on top. And I have one, and it was I think I put the lower bid down, so I was able to get it. And the regular Power Girl, this one is in perfect package, so couldn't know because of sticker, yeah. Because of McFarlane Platinum Edition sticker, I cannot swoop the and it's torn in the back too. How nice. But I wanted it. Was the picture showing it was torn? I don't know. I just went for the lowest price one I can get. So what I would say, here's, it's plastic is broken here, torn in the back. This is how I bought it. If you want it, there. But I'm gonna keep her in the background because she got the red jacket, red eyes. But this is Power Girl I've known of. Another Power Girl I know in real life too. Well, I've spoken to her in real. I've spoken to her. Don't know her in real life, but She's quite tall, and she should have been shorter. But, it's the way it is. Some people have opened up the platinum edition version. Like, I just when time comes, I will have room for it. I'll open up that one and have this one in the background. My luck have been I would have had it put away and then it would have cracked itself. So on this end, this is how I got it. Nothing I can do. I really don't have any room in the other room to put it right now. That's why I really got to clean the other room and say, okay, all those plastic buckets with the lids on it, that candies, Amish candies in there, I just took apart Masters of the Universe figures because of origins and limbs and this and that. Yeah, it's true. Hello. Num num num. So when I do focus, so I can't do it Monday, got to work. Tuesday I can go out. Wednesday go out again. Thursday's my birthday, so I really don't want to do anything on my birthday. So I go sleep. But the next Monday, I'm going to just go in the other room and say, okay, here, one thing at a time. This there. Take this and do that. I need to take a picture of the TV display because I have the date set to my birthday next Thursday. So I take a picture of that. I'm going to work for the April display, which I got the little tinsel there from Dollar Tree, which I'm sure I had it as well. But that's, again, I need to, if I can just go through things, if I can have the common sense of here's something here and mark it every month. Say, here's all the items from that fit the TV display. No, with Mardi Gras, put it somewhere. I don't know where I put my other beads. It has to be one of those little plastic tins. Right now, I was like, well, you're the snake. So I was like, yeah, very simple. And it was like someone's birth. Oh, Catwoman was created in March. It's finding a Catwoman figure in the displays. Okay, there's Catwoman. I just haven't felt even do my TV displays. I've been doing it every year. Every year changes. Everything get new stuff, old stuff. It just wears me down. That's why I haven't done any videos. Because I know that some people watch this, which I only have 3 today. Again, when I started this thing at 3 o'clock, no. When I started this an hour ago, an hour already, it happened. It's like, oh, your internet connection's piss poor. We're going to be frozen. We'll try to fix it. Like, I got out of it, started again. Everything's fine. I don't know. Maybe because I have 3 tabs up. I would have been happy if it was fuzzy because the fuzziness would have gone away. But now it's, oh, you're going to freeze you up. At least I got this Laser Optimus Prime at $3.99. It's like I had I can't remember through Hasbro Direct when I got in my package for Panther, not Panther, Ravage, Transformers, Ravage, Transform. And it was when Ravage became a Predacon in the future, sent back to the past. So it was that figure, and they included the original cassette where he transformed, and with the chrome sidearms. In the picture, they had him go from the cassette into the Predacon robot, which didn't happen. It is a picture, yes, but it was like Predacon. It was just a repaint of a Transformer, and it finally came out. And I sent the pictures, and I said, "Well, we'll send you a new one." So I have a mint one, keep it packaged, and the other one's like, "Well, do I want to take it out of the package? Do I really need to take it out of the package? Like, there's one that had one on display." So I say, well, if someone wants to buy the damaged box, nothing's wrong with the toy, just a damaged box. Someone wants to open it, it's like, that's money. But this, I want to cut the side of the box. Nice picture, Laser Prime. Maybe keep the front, but this side picture, which had a combination of 1, 2, 3, 4 different cartoons for the 40th anniversary. and the back, like I'd never, I didn't buy this when it originally came out. When I moved up to here, we had a KB outlet, and I saw Skeletor from the Classics line. I said, I'm not going back into Masters of the Universe. I did, got into this, and this, but like, yeah, he's just, and then when Origins comes out, I didn't get into it. I was like, I'm going to get Skeletors. And then I was like, I got more than I thought. And I didn't get a lot of it when I couldn't find a lot of things. Everyone's finding things. It was for Kenny, they got me the Merman, from Turtles of Grayskull. I only found one Turtles of Grayskull Moss Man. Someone posted for like so much money. I said, no, I don't need 2 Moss Men. 2 Mermen would have been awesome, but no, that's not necessary. But the 2 Ram Man, yes, I got it. I was cool because I have like one's a clone, one was residuals from Slime Pit. The leather neck with the silver bones on his jacket, and I still can't find it. So I'm not worried about it because I did order Stinkor Origins from eBay, got a decent price, and then someone had one loose for an even cheaper price. Okay, maybe I can use that figure because the black bodies paint over the white stripes. Use washable black paint. So it's like, oh, it's washable, so it's still Stinkor under there. Just using the body for something else. And I found Mosquitor because I was missing that plastic nose thing. I didn't know, so I ended up winning the bid on that, and I ended up paying just as much as getting a new figure. So I'm missing one hand, so I don't care. I think I'm missing the open left hand, so I got a closed left hand. So whatever. I displayed what I got. But so I was definitely happy with Prime. Evil Lyn, I'm going to see. That display with a monkey, I wanted to have that, and behind there, Fantastic Four, which that's why one of the figures I'm going to send out would be She-Hulk to paint her with her Fantastic Four outfit. And there's over there, I moved Herbie. So the Fantastic Four from the Legends line, which someone went and fixed Invisible Woman arms, so drilled it down a little bit more so you could put in different arms, so she wore a lab coat. So hey, no worry about that. Or I drilled, cut out a little bit of plastic underneath her torso so she could bend forward a bit. Whatever. I'm fine with it where they are, but he took the thing and used one of those marker pens, very thin tip marker pens, and colored in all the grooves and then some shading. Like, that was spectacular. So, if you get you smudge it, just smudge it because it makes the orange rock body to more, shaded rock. It looks beautiful. So that's something I would like to attempt. But I guess I was buying one of those expensive pins. Which when the time comes, I'll do it. When I have room and I set everything forth. I know I have plans for a new Spill the Geek Tea poster. Like I said, it has to change every year. But since we're only into March, we still got October is technically September, but only Mark and I survived the original first episode. So there's gonna be changes on that first poster. Will I go to the white background? I don't know. It's everyone that's appeared this year. Well, except for a couple people because they're not returning. And I do want to bring back Arthur, Lord President of the Guardians of the Galaxy, because that's the whole thing. The end of the third Sunday of the month, there's the Guardians of the Galaxy, I have a meeting, so I can't, the timing thing, but any other time, it's like, if I just ask Arthur, he'll pop in. And based on what the recording we're going to do for Sunday night, I think I can ask him on short notice, like, you want to be on a show? Or because it's just as long as the one Sunday he's not in control of the Guardians of Gallifrey meeting, then he'll surely be on the show. Then he'll put his picture in. He'll put the Guardians of Gallifrey symbol. Just waiting to see if Eliza ever comes back. Because Pedro's returning. And Katie's like, whenever she can, so, we can. We'll do the conventions. We'll do theme parks because those are specifically catered for her. Allison, when she's available after April. Mikey, I said, so if anyone wants to do another night, we'll just do a small little thing, just get it out there. We'll do it my way. Everything will be fine. And as I talked about, this game now also from deals back when I shopped, when we first started on a Tuesday, everything was $4. And so I bought a few things here and there. I passed on Masterverse Hordak, I know, and Triclops, I know. I ended up buying Triclops with the extra gear. I've been buying a Trapjaw and Triclops 2-pack with that extra gear because I want to do the whole Matrix character and Cyborg Skeletor. I thought that was unique enough. Now I'm looking back going, why did I do that? Just to have those two in the background. I looked at it and go, I don't need that. So someone needed that, sure. The Power Rangers Turtles crossover where they're all wearing Power Ranger outfits and Shredder became the Green Ranger, I think. I got it because it was Big Bad Toy Store had it, and I was getting an extra one had April O'Neil. Got April O'Neil, wow. But that said, it's like, no, it was Turtles, it was Power Rangers. But ultimately, if someone wanted that, three, all the sets, yeah, sure, now sell it this instant. There's no place for it. But yeah, this one's almost open, so might as well just you can tear it open anyway. Open it. I did buy one in store because I had plans to. I did the same thing with Skeletor. So I made my Leo Toys version of Skeletor. I bought off eBay. Someone had the add-on kit he got from the dude on Etsy. So I had this super web store. And I just say, well, I want to make a Skeletor. I want to make a Leo Toys Skeletor. But I ended up getting a web store just to have web store. So I have web store with the fancy battle pack. Perfectly fine. And then another one turned to Leo Toys Skeletor. Which is somewhere back there, I guess. No, that's Dragon Blaster. No, that's Dragon Blaster. Terror Claws. I put those two together. Bits and pieces. Am I almost out of time on? Yeah, I got 2%. Oh, shoot. 2% left of power on my tablet, so no more Candy Crush Soda Saga. Turn off. So I actually got the web store with this fancy battle pack. I keep him as web store, and bought another one, turned him into Leo Toy Skeletor with the gray armor I got from Barbarossa Customs, painted his hood gray, boots gray, and because the flap was sticking up, his arm sticks up slightly. And what we got through, some of us, most of us, through Barbarossa Customs, because he was backlogged, he sent us a Skeletor head with a red face and gave it a different name. I sent out an email to him saying, is there going to be any more to this? What kind of figure? I thought about this at work a couple hours ago. 5 hours ago. I loved what he did with making a headless horseman and having a pumpkin head or using the flame. It was like, That's his custom idea. It makes sense, but it's like justifying $100 for it. But then using Stridor, I mean, it's a beautiful idea, beautiful custom. I still, I still want to do it, but maybe it will reduce the price. I don't know. Let's see here. Attachmente. No, I gotta go up. Gotta go up to the picture. How'd you get my display? Oh, chips. Chips. Or they call it Chips Patrol because it's syndicated. Do you understand what CHIPS means? It means California Highway Patrol. CHIPS, not California Highway Patrol. Patrol. That's like saying Navy NCIS. The marketing people are just. I love Sun Chips. I love the sour cream and cheddar and sour cream ruffles. Funyuns, no doubt. Never had Takis. Back. But let's just say I will not buy anything from my store unless it's sealed. Nothing that is from any department that is not already packaged. And we'll just keep it at that. I said my store, didn't I? I'm not happy. But I took out the web store. Again, with the idea of what is going to happen with that head. And Corey, the Make Shape Create, took, took the other head that we both had. It was the Halloween one. Took out the face, painted a different color. I love this Halloween head. It's hilarious. I tried to use it on Anti-Attorney He-Man. It didn't work. The neck was off. And unlike 5 POA, 5 points of articulation guy, he's made a custom Superman. He like raised the torso up a bit. He put a different peg from another Superman figure. Like that's you guys have talent. That's why I want everyone on the show who has talent, because me, I just kind of looks like this kind of looks like my setup at work. Big monitor, the light situation. We don't have a light situation like that because it's cheap. Handicap thing. Oh yeah, the handicap. We don't do that. We used to have the bar, big old bar, and the keypad was attached to the monitor. So some idiots would actually unloosen the thing, and the thing slammed down. I said, "What did you do that for?" So I'm telling you, it's like, "Do you see it's connected?" So they took the keypad off of the bar, so these idiots couldn't touch it, and put on top of the counter spot. So it's like you had to go in the end. They drilled a hole, stuck it through there. I wasn't there the day when they screwed it in, because sometimes you can make a full turnaround, so I can turn around, do things. But no, they didn't think when they did it. So things are done. I was like, why should I bother? They brought back the old 5-hour energy rollout display. And then last time I made cardboard, I cut it out, taped it, so made platform base for it. So everything. I was doing that. I was like, what am I doing this for again? No, I'm not doing it anymore. It's not worth it. Today I was supposed to do some other things, but I stood up front. I could have, because we're just busy. We're just busy as fuck. And I don't know why. It's when bad weather happens, people go shopping. Since I'm not going to put this one back in a package. Oh, got those stupid little plastic tab things on it. Do I have my nail clippers on me? Nail clippers. I think this is I love She-Ra. When Hebrew said, Todd, Hi, Huber fans. This is Todd. Said that Tila had a high forehead. I could not stop looking at that. So no, he ruined it for me. And Evil Lyn was like, She-Ra, perfect She-Ra. I love the animated version of She-Ra. Spectacular. And Catra and Frosta. So the girls from the animated series, the girls from She-Ra's show, I love them. They're like so awesome. I need scissors. I don't need this stupid nail clippers. But for Tila and Evil Lyn, Skeletor, like I have a custom head I bought of Skeletor animated, and I was like, wow, that's the custom head I got is the perfect one for my Skeletor figure sitting in the other room. So he goes with the black eyes and goes, you bubbling boobs? I love it. That's what I deal with anymore. Society is just crumbling. When people go out in one-piece pajamas. Oh, I broke him. I broke him. I broke the spider. It came out of my eye, man. Now at least it came out. Web store. Web store. Okay. So I have not, like, I haven't, only thing I see on a shelf anymore is, I like the cartoon collection sticker. I'm gonna cut it out later. I don't even see Skeletor, and the new Skeletor with the I saw it, I just wasn't impressed. I like I got. I put it on the Origins body. I put the hand from a Masterverse because I'm using the big giant staff, Ram staff. So I use the big hand. You can't see it, fortunately, because the staff is so humongously long and tall. This hand, yeah. Use the right hand, left hand, and it's like holding it, so you can't tell. And I have a little container, a little. I think it was for my sonic screwdriver holder. I can't show it because I gave out the other one to my. No, I didn't. It's hiding behind all this stuff. It just I have the different power. So I have Skeletor's sword from the first mini comic. I had one painted yellow because it was supposed to also from the first mini comic. One I painted chrome silver. Chrome came off a bit, and the two halves put together. So I have all these power swords there. In there with the anime style head, and He-Man. I used Masterverse, the new Masterverse chest shield, so it wasn't the Iron Cross; it was the H, just to have something different. I just sit in the hallway. So I said these are my unique ones that I don't touch. Which was the second because I had those in my mind. What am I gonna do that with that? The ones from Stranger Things are still in the package. How am I supposed to open this again? Where's the card? Oh, finally, it did loop. Okay. Loopity loop, loop, loop. But for display figures, it would have to be, unlike what Mr. Home Arcade said, he thought the Stranger Things He-Man was too pale, but everyone else liked it. So for display purposes, I would use, as Kenny said too, I would use the Stranger Things He-Man and Skeletor. I still ponder. Yes, the Amazon representative from India helped me very much. I was very happy with that. 444. Number 444 came up. So what was that? So my two figures I have in the hallway, which I would not really use in any scenes. Like this is how I see them. This is the Ultimate He-Man, the Ultimate Skeletor. For display purposes with figures would be the Stranger Things He-Man and Skeletor. I'm still pondering, should I even bother? Trying to find a Battle Cat, which are everywhere, and a vintage He-Man, just so I say, okay, there's the He-Man Battle Cat, there's Skeletor and Panther, which I put together too, with those new vintage style paint variation ones, which I do like. I love that Skeletor. Or just say, well, I would have to think so, because if I got the new the new 2-pack there, like they got to go in. Oh, what was the other thing? So you were like the clerk didn't even know the difference. Oh, the clerk, yeah, there's just. Yes, pretty much. He-Man. See, first thing I tried to do this, take a sheet of metal, stick it up there, didn't work. Try to fit in there, didn't work. Put the metal with the magnets and the magnet on there. I have on order Velcro. Takes me some time to think about things. Takes you some time to figure things out. But I got a nice piece of Velcro. I'm gonna stick on the side of the cardboard box with the Velcro there, and then take the sticky thing off the Velcro there, and either stick the magnets. Probably stick the magnets onto the back of the Velcro, so the Velcro stick there, and then put the magnet up there, because I want to display my Ron Johns sign. I love this sign. It's like so cool. I've always been a Coco and didn't know about Long Island. Knew about Key West, knew about Myrtle Beach, Fort Myers. Never been. I must have been. That's on the back of it too. Okay. Did I go to Clearwater? I got that cup in the hallway in my display case when my ex and I were the good one. The other one's in New York. We never. The ex I see once a year and see the boys. We went somewhere. I thought we went to Ormond Beach, but it's not listed on here. Oh, I think fell. That's why it's. Oh, man. It's on the back anyway. The way I wanted. This is the front. We must have gone to Clearwater Beach, because we took a long drive, and was it Ormond between? Did Coco? She never been to Coco. We didn't go as far as Panama City. I had to go to Clearwater or Pensacola. Am I not curious to go look? I'm not curious to go look. Clearwater Beach. We went from Lakeland up to Clearwater Beach and saw the beach. And on the dock, they had a Ron John surf shop. So, oh my God, I want to go there. But we went to the other side, parked, got our feet wet. And we was walking back. There was an ice cream shop. So, like a little cup, a little spoon with a little, look like an ice cream cone. I picked up some seashells, because you go to the beach and you pick up seashells. When I did, I did that for Coco as well. So they're all scattered somewhere. And I said, you know what? And I put them in there. But I also grabbed a bunch of brown napkins, because we're eating ice cream. I cleaned the thing up. I put the shells in there. You couldn't see them. So I said, well, let me do this. Took the brown napkins, laid it under there, put the shells on top. Oh, it's a Clearwater Beach ice cream cup whole bowl with a little spoon shaped like an ice cream cone, and the brown napkins sand with all the seashells. So I was like, "Oh, that's a beautiful little souvenir I got from Clearwater Beach without even going to Ron John's." So I knew of the place, and I've been to Orlando. They had a brand new factory outlet style mall. We had the Belts Factory Outlet Mall. Was it Belts? Bells. We had the factory outlet mall, tiny little shops. Like you walk in, you walk out, kind of. How they get these things in there is amazing. And then they created a new one down the road. And I was like, oh, big, just the big stores. So, and they had a little bit of a couple of stores in between. They had one of those sports stores, which my friend and I went to. They took a little glass candle holder, single candle holder. They stuck a solo cup on top. They stuck in a box and say, "Here's your redneck champagne glass, $16." It's like some. I was still at Dollar Tree. I said, I can get this thing for 50 cents and just buy a bunch of solo cups or red cups, stick it on there and make a fortune out of it. Or say, oh, no, someone's wedding. Here's your redneck champagne glass. Just for fun. Didn't do it, but still. And they had the Ron John. So I've been there a couple times. I got a Ron John's ukulele. But this, sadly, I kept failing. It was just too much money. I also had one of those black market minerals. So she got a lot of things she wanted there. Between that and the Kissimmee Old Town, which that changed quite a bit too. I think they're the only ones that still have A&W. Didn't go this year, didn't go last year. Just without her, I just felt I didn't want to. So I just go to Lakeland and see the boys. Not next year because I'm believing going to MegaCon, believing that Jody's going to be there, but she canceled her last. She's supposed to be at something this year because of filming. So would I be disappointed? Yes. But understandable. If you have a gig to do, you make a promise, but if you got something to do, that's how things are in my life. It's always that way. So that's why I just let things go about the way they do. I just kind of give up most of the time. I let everyone have their time in the sun. Because I'm just creating this and that. So I'm fine. So if perchance Jody is not there, I'll sit at the table where I'll do panels. We'll do a couple panels for Legend of Trying TARDIS. But when Dave brought his camera in, the signal was kind of poor. So I'm like, if I brought my laptop in, I don't think I can do a live show. The way things are, like, do I want to even bother? We'll see. Maybe I'll just bring the phone. It's like I'll do shorts. I'll do shorts and send it out everywhere. Wow. My dad kept talking about where he used to live in Winter Park. And my grandmother just a walk. And it was a distance walk too, from the house to where it was. Ooh. I couldn't see myself doing it, but then again, you walk all day long. It's like a one trip there, one trip back. You're tired. And the baby burger, the teen burger, the mama burger, the papa burger. You used to get the barrels of A&W root beer, and then when they came out, and then it came about with A&W hot dogs and more in the mall. Then it went away. Then finally came back again, and the mugs. And it was 2020 when I went to the one in Florida Mall. I was looking for the new mug. I was like, oh, we didn't get it in. Like, and that was the downfall. They all just kind of, along with Big Boy, which Big Boy's coming back. Maybe Whataburger. I wish I ate at Whataburger when I had it like so close to me. Yeah. I would probably I'll make sure I have the cable. I don't know where the other cable is. I haven't looked. I got to look through all this stuff. But I have the cable, so I'll bring the smartphone and just do shorts. I took pictures at work and then I used the Wi-Fi at work because we had to have the password, and I sent it to Facebook. And others just, so I was able to do it to Facebook at work. Come back home, I can do it too. But I can do shorts, for Spill the Geek Tea. I don't have. I guess I could switch it out. It's not difficult. I can figure that out. I think it's difficult. I can switch it out to this page, this channel, and just do regular shorts here and there. 'Cause that's what my friend Jimmy does. He's the sideshow drummer, and he's just he's listening to music, doing his drums, and he would go on his electric bike now and just do rides here and there, and just have Vida Zane. He has fun. He does those shorts, rides his electric bike down these pathways. Like, so okay, I know that place. That place I wanted to go to, and I've never been to it because I can remember and timing thing. It had a TARDIS in front of it. It's like, so I gotta go through his few videos and or ask the Guardians of Gallifrey, like, where's this location again? I need a picture taken, but now that between Gadget saying to me, you will find your true love in London, something Texas, because I don't see myself going to England anytime soon. I'll be seeing her through a window. Then the other one said, oh, she's going to live a long life. And every time I look at my hand, it appears that way. Don't stress out. You're going to be moving back to Florida. Well, the only way I'd be moving back to Florida is with my now millionaire best friend forever, because he should be claiming over $1 billion worth of money from that piece of garbage that totaled his car. And I hope they rot in jail for what they did to him. Well, go through all the stuff that needs to be sold. So I had to go through all this stuff first. Just end up with saying, okay, all I have left is a laptop. Oh, okay. And a phone. Because everything else is just, yeah. What do we do? We're just going to watch videos on the internet. Do live videos and all. There's like nothing else left. Be old. Welcome to Spill the Geek Tea. So between the one saying be in London, the other one saying moving back to Florida, and the one I'm going to get back with is not a demon, nor she an angel. It's like, well, that explains her altogether, doesn't it? Unless it's the one that's been possessing me. I don't know. I don't know who. I don't know. I just want this hour and a half. Wow. 2 girls and a what? No. Yeah. And the same thing here. I just use the phone for this channel, make more shorts on this channel, because now that it's stopped at 1283. If I make 1300, I'm okay. My goal is 1300 for this channel. That's, the other channel is 1414. That's hilarious. 1414. 1415 being even funnier, but 1414 is a nice number. I'm good. And I honestly don't care how I get them, as long as I'm not paying money. Like another big channel. Oh, the boots are weird. It's kind of weird boots. Which I'm guessing. I'm guessing because I don't remember a lot of things. Some things I forget. Now, when I think about it, this thing that was that big, that freaking big, I'm not. Well, I forget I'm doing a podcast on YouTube Music, so I can't pause so much. I'll forget. That's as Pedro as Pedro asked, "Am I on Spotify?" No, I'm just on YouTube videos, YouTube.com, and YouTube Music. So the podcast only goes YouTube Music. Now, Adam of Radical Toys says he uses Video Ninja, but he's also on an OBS studio. It's like, last time I remember OBS, you had to pay for it. But he's able to do the things, able to bring people on. So if I didn't upgrade from this situation of YouTube freezing as it did, then yeah, sure. But then there's so many updates and upgrades I need to do. things I just kind of ponder and then forget about. I mean, I got in here, and I just dropped on the floor. My work bestie bought. She spent the money, so she ate one of them. Send me the other one. So I got this share size Milky Way cookie dough. Da, 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 da. It's good till Christmas. I should actually put it on the desk, but it was on top of a box. So I'm kind of afraid to look at it and go nibble, nibble, nibble. Ooh, something nibbled on it? No. I'm going to actually. So here's something. These we had this Cuisinelle cast iron skillets. Cast iron skillets, yeah, cast iron. Heavy as fuck. It comes in a 2-pack, right? We're selling them individually. We're selling the 6-inch skillet for one price, and the 12-inch skillet for another price. Because that's how it was ordered. They were just trying. Wow, why didn't you close it? Did I eat a Kit Kat just to close the box in here? Oh, it smells like Kit Kats. Got to go through all those Kit Kats. Got a nice frame for $2. So what'd you get a frame for? It's $2. Never know what I'm gonna put in there. I like my frame there of my best friend and I. But these skillets, I'm freaking. It comes in a 2. The 6-inch and 12-inch come in one package, and it comes 2 in a box. 2 sets in a box. We're opening up the sets to sell them individually. You're trying to market out to things, but we also have one of those tower fans that's been sitting up on the top shelf for $35, which most likely get a better one at Walmart. A speaker that's about 4 inches tall. 4 inches. That's really tiny. 4 feet tall. 3 or 4 feet tall for $50. Someone bought one. It's got the Bluetooth, got this and that. You can plug it in, do the microphone. But yeah, I bought a table for my laptop, and the laptop is sitting behind all this crap. Hasn't been updated in months. I'm sure it's behind there. So I really need to conquer this stuff now. Pedro, this mentioned you, I think. Yeah. Because talked about how I'm only on I'm on YouTube. I do my live stuff on YouTube and videos, but I'm also on YouTube Music. So someone can actually go in their car, bring in YouTube Music, and hear me if I check that box off. So which I have. So I have to remember not to pause so much. Pause, that is. But I'm almost done with this video. I got my web store, animated web store, because I only paid $2 for them. And I was thinking, oh, mercy me. If I wanted to have, because Barbarossa Customs never commented again about this black hooded Skeletor head they made, but with a red skull. I can't remember the name. He didn't reply. And I got no reply. Because I made the concept idea of he's going to make a figure. Oh my God, I can't get the head. It's not cold in here. I'm sweating to death. Wait, I forget that I'm on YouTube Music. I just had to check mark it when I do it. I said, where do you want these things to appear? Okay, it can't. Whoa. The ball joint on Web Store's neck joint is bigger than what was made by Barbarossa Customs. When I tried to put this Skeletor head on Anti-Eternity He-Man, the neck was too long. I said, crap. And I don't Best thing to do would be warm water. It's not cold in here. Believe me, it's starting to sweat. I cannot get the head on there. It just won't fit. So that's a flop. And I wanted to say, what body are you going to use for making that unique figure with the red skulled Skeletor? Oh, look at that. This one's a custom from someone I don't know where I got from. Maybe it was Mega Customs. So I got it had to be. So I got the much, much better looking 2000X head of Skeletor, which I love that one over what came out. So this one I would replace easily with the. Oh yeah, perfect. He made a perfect mold. I can fit on there perfectly. Just pops on there, no big deal. I'll replace that one with the 2000X one that came out. Either one. No, I can't do it either one. It had to be the first 2000X version. Okay, so I thought hey, it would have worked. So that's the custom head. Do I have a regular Origins Skeletor around here? Yes, I do. I got the one that's wearing the snake armor. Let's go here. Okay. The one that stole Jake the Snake Roberts' armor. I got the snake armor. You buy me, boom. I got the sword too. I found the sword with 2 parts. Like I said, I got so much to clean. Come on, don't. There we go. Checking, just to check. Just to see if it's gonna. Nope. The head didn't make the head pin, the hole big enough to fit onto all the regular figures. It has to be heated up. But the armor would be kind of interesting. I don't know. I just keep it on the desk because it's hilarious. Floating Skeletor head. But that 2000X one, perfect. I love it. That worked perfect. Nice snap. What am I doing? Web store. I'm web store now. You had to convince your mother a clip of Britain's Got Talent she watched was AI generated. Whoa. It's the way it is. And all this AI thing is like, that's everything that's Mattel works perfectly. But anything that's custom doesn't, except for Mega Customs, made it beautiful, perfectly. But from Barbarossa Customs, it has to be heated to put the head on. I haven't bought anything from him for a bit. I was looking for other colored armor for Skeletor, especially since now I got this one, web store. I think his shade of blue is different, but I don't know where he is. Staff came out of his hand. Okay, here we go. This is Webster's Origins Webster's body, a little bit darker and a little bit shinier, lighter, slightly lighter shade of blue. So that's what I did. I made my Leo Toys version with the armor. See how it flips up a little bit? So I just raise the arm up, like, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Painted the boots, painted hood. I'm good with that. I like my Leo Toys version of Skeletor with the dark blue armor. So the head does work. The shade of blue is cartoonish blue, but it's so I could. Also the boots. I love this version I made of Leo Toy Skeletor. I'm very happy with that. To make what that would mean, because the boots come off, right? Everything comes off. So I just had to put on Skeletor boots for this lighter shade of blue. This lighter shade than the other blue. No big deal. Skeletor boots, a Skeletor head, and the armor. But I'm not sure what color armor. So I don't want glow in the dark. I went with green because I think it was Todd of Hebrew took that Man-at-Arms body and then put in the one Skeletor head with the open mouth. And he made the Demo Man. And that's what I did too. After my mess up here and there, I fixed it. Because I used my He-Man hands to do it. And so I was happy with it. Oh yeah, I'm not using Skeletor's boots. I'm using Keldor's boots. Because again, this was me trying to put together Year of the Snake. It's like, that's fine. This is the version. I'm not even sure the arms and the legs, lower torso, is from Keldor. The chest piece, my thinking, it's not Faker. There's no Faker sticker on there. So it is Skeletor. Boing. The mind wobbles sometimes. So I used the Keldor's body. So I used the entire thing. Yeah. I just used Skeletor's wrap on the bottom. Jake the Snake's snake armor. And there it goes. And the original two swords. So I'm happy with it. Little things like that make me happy. But just have too many little things. And what's coming in, Stinkor in package. Stinkor out of package, which I found after I got the first one. So if I want to use some washable black paint over the, so I have a black body. And now see if I use a bit of heating in the water to pop that head on with the orange face. That'd be interesting. We'll see. I gotta look through my list of what I bought from Barbarossa Customs. I just had an idea for some color armor that was on Leo Toys that he did not make. And with the red skulled Skeletor, which I can't remember his name because it's in the drawer, he was going to make a body for it. And he never replied what he was going to do it for. And still the Headless Horseman with the pumpkin head, and you get all the attachments. You get the pumpkin head, you get the flame, you get the cape, you get the body for like $100. It is unique. I think about it once in a while. Put him on Stridor. There's my Headless Horseman, Masters of the Universe style. Here's my Headless Horseman from Legend of Sleepy Hollow movie with Johnny Depp. Because I have the whole tree set there and I also have one of the Robin Hood figures. Maybe it was a sheriff of Nottingham. I wanted to have his head removed, some boiling method, stuff like that, and have him as a Headless Horseman because we're wearing all black, and that's a 5-inch scale. 5-inch, yes, 5-inch scale. So it would fit with the Doctor, not 5-inch. Doctor Who is up to 6 inches. It would fit in the range of Doctor Who because Robin Hood, Primeval, and Doctor Who, they're all character options basically. I think Robin Hood was through character options. And I just had the Headless Horseman because that was a story which I would have had an actor read and he was going to produce it. But again, I procrastinated, never wrote it because my mindset, and he disappeared. So that's another thing I regret. If I have an idea and if I'm not doing it, what am I doing? But if I have an idea and I put it out there and other people are attached to and running with it, then I'm good. Because just so much disappointment here and there. That was $2.69 for that candy bar. I'm glad she paid for it. How much with tax? Tax is like 3% now up here. I don't remember. $2.80. It's 11 cents. Yeah. Maybe it's almost 7 o'clock. I'm gonna play some Hero Wars and check Bing and stuff. But let's see. So once I get Velcro, I'm gonna stick my little Ron John Surf Shop signs, which lists all locations: Cocoa Beach, Long Island; Key West, Myrtle Beach, been to Cocoa; Fort Myers, Panama City Beach, been to Clearwater Beach; Ocean City, Maryland; Orange Beach, Pensacola Beach; Orlando, went to the first one in Orlando. They have since moved to the old Factory Outlet Mall because they were smaller shops, and they said to the people that were renting in the brand new one, "We'll give you less rent." And so the new one was destroyed, the big Ron John's. But there's yet another factory outlet kind of store getting closer to getting across the street from Lake Buena Vista, Florida, which is Disney. So that one had an A&W root beer inside of it. But again, it's at the distance, and when we go out to Disney, we go to Disney and then go back late at night. Now, the fact that I am planning on going on my birthday next year is during spring break. That's the problem. But we will have that extra 2 hours of sunlight as we've done before. So, well, because we usually leave the park when it closes. We're going back to Magic Kingdom. We ate at the castle, Cinderella's castle last time. And, I had that weight, that gain. Oh my God. And the pictures were so blurry. So we're not going back because we already did it. We already ate at Cinderella's castle. We're going to eat at one of the resorts. But like, where are we going to go this time? We're going straight to Haunted Mansion because that's what he wants. He wants to go to Haunted Mansion. And he would have told me if his back was damaged by his car being totaled. And karma better set in for those people that did that to him. But we'll hit a resort to eat. So we're not going to eat in the park. We usually eat in the park all the time. So the last one we went to was where we were last time. We were at the place with the dinosaurs, Animal Kingdom, and the dinosaur ride was broken. The ride that he and I went on years ago, and I wanted a new picture of us together, and it can't happen. He's gone by himself. He's gone to jump to the Muppets 3D, which never changed. I mean, when we were there last time, the stores closed down, and now they're closing down the rides. Now Disney takes over. Disney steals the Muppets from Jim Henson. They're the ones that put him in the hospital. It was a constant hounding. It's like, no, I don't want to give it the Muppets. And that's how he got pneumonia and died. Because he's made him sicker and sicker. And then he kicked out Frank Oz. And then the TV series, which I never watched, I don't know why, but they got a lot of adult themes. Oh my God, it's freaking hilarious. We're just watching clips of it. It was Muppets. But then the movies failed because they did this, and they just overran it. Kermit, the Muppets that don't sound the same. I didn't sound the same when I sang Kermit the Frog. When I did one video, I deleted that. It's like, what the hell happened to my voice? I was trying to listen to it and sing it, and I couldn't hear my voice. I was hearing the voice of Jim Henson singing it. So I say the thing so many times, I can run the beat through my head, just hear the words, make sure I say the words right. Drink some water, re-sing the song, do it right. No one told me anything was wrong. That's a problem. That's what's saddening. Candy bars. Oh, geez. Again, that's for the share size. I said I was not gonna pay that much money for that bar. And then my bestie, bought one, took the one, gave me the other one. So it's been a couple of days now. I got chocolate cake in the fridge. So I'm not feeling like eating a candy bar today. Maybe tomorrow. And then I had to remember Monday, I got to work. I haven't worked on a Monday in forever. But I have Wednesday off. So go to Deals, see what they got for $2 because they always find. Did I buy anything from Deals last time? Every once in a while, I buy something. I mean, I got Web Store. I was like, whoa, I got Web Store for $2 freaking. Because this shade of blue is going to work with a Skeletor figure. Not sure which head I'm going to use and which armor I'm going to use. So I'm going to go through Barbarossa Customs. I got time. And see what shade do I want to go with this shade of blue. Because since the purple works with him, you know, I'll figure out which one it is. But, you know, if it wasn't for this thing, maybe I can heat it up so the flap on his armor chest thing goes downward, but I just have his arm upward. Or reverse Elon Musk kind of thing. You say, I'm going to get you. Hey, you bumbling boom. Hey. So arm up there. He's supposed to hold the staff, but I got so many things wobbling behind me. You're like Todd. Everything's falling over. There he goes. No, it was Home Arcade. He said his one of his figures kept falling over. It was Hero. He showed Hero when he had Hero body with He-Man's head. They kept falling. They had him standing a certain way to work. Kenny had Hero with Masterverse Power Sword and Masterverse head. So not the Ken head. But I got one, right? I got one. I bought one Hero. I bought 2 Real Blasts, which I don't know. And Panther, one Panther. Todd of Hebro said his fans were asking for the helmet like he made for the Origins to make for this one. Like, well, I would love to see him. Well, Mondo made the 2 helmets, the one that he made and the other one, which had a very unique flair to it, and like more of a panther helmet for Panther. That one I would love to see made. You know, the second Mondo helmet for Panther, I would love that one. The second Mondo helmet for Battle Cat, with also the bracers for his front legs, which they got for Panther. You know, the extra accessories for the Mondo Battle Cat and Panther, I would love to see those on Origins. Because Battle Cat's going, whenever I find it, going to Kenny. Because all he's done for me. And will do. But like I'll say this too. For years I've dealt with customizers, and every month or so, every couple months, I say, how's it going? You know, because I don't know. I don't know how long this stuff takes. And I lost they wouldn't make anything for me anymore because I kept asking them like every month, every other month, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, like what's going on? I paid you money. I don't know what's going on here. But there's this Supreme Customs in the UK. I stopped bugging him. I never bugged him. I just said, well, here's the stuff. He's been busy. So like every 6 months or so, I say hi to him. Say, oh yeah, I get your stuff. So that's all right. Just take your time. So I don't bug. I'm not bugging Kenny when I send him stuff. I don't bug Corey when I send him all that stuff. Because Corey's making all these new figures. Like, well, when he gets to it, he gets to it. Like I said, my brother in the UK, he has boxes of Doctor Who stuff that I ordered because it saved me on shipping, because it was free shipping to him, or it cost me $40 to send a little tiny piece over to me. He just put it all together into a box, sent it to me. And now that with the MS, he just doesn't want to do anything. It's like, okay, nothing I can do. I mean, one thing I can do is clean up the floor. As I said, get to my laptop, put it on the table, do the updates. Because the Windows 11, perfectly fine, touchscreen. Wow. Get into the other room because I can't even walk in the other room anymore. I know. Books on the floor, those canisters just full of torn apart, you know, arms, legs removed from Master's figures, shove them in there. I had I have those Swiffer trays, you know, for Swiffer to clean the floors. Those nice little plastic containers. I just stuck the weapons in there. I stuck them when I had them on the shelf behind me before I had these shelves. I say, okay, let me separate them. Here's all the weapons. Here's all the hands and heads. Here's the good guys. Here's the bad guys, kind of thing. I tried to like. So I have all the accessories there, but then things got out of hand and more stuff, and like stacks of Masters Universe figures, stacks of Superpowers figures. And it's just, I still love to find the Superman in his black outfit with the mullet, because I had a mullet a couple times. When I grew my hair, I was like, yeah, business in the front, party in the back. But it's not. I saw it on eBay for like probably $50, and I'm not paying that for a $10 figure, which is no longer carried in Walmart. You're lucky to find it at GameStop. As I said, I got Robin, Jason Todd from GameStop, and even with the shipping, I used my points for my credit card. I only paid $1.11, so I was happy with that. And as Corey didn't like the fact the repaints from the McFarlane sets, but when Total BS, not Total BS, there's a show called BS. Maybe it's called Total BS. I don't know, but the two guys, and they were comparing everything. And I said, if you did the pre-order, you would have had everything. You had 2 ships and 4 figures for $75, but now you pay $100. And they were repainted figures, and they actually liked Aquaman if they used a proper head. If they used Superman's head, painted blonde, that would have been perfect. But they gave him the long hair and the beard. That was wrong. But the paint scheme was Super Friends, and so was Black Manta. So I have the second Black Manta. I didn't get the first one because there was a Walmart, couldn't find it. They liked the Batman better than what it came out, but like, since I didn't get it. And the Robin was just repaint of Tim Drake. And so poorly, and they took out a package, I got to compare it. Like, wow. So I'm kind of glad I didn't. I keep thinking about it. I only got the ship. I only got the Bat multi-vehicle. So it's that whole Batman thing. It's like Batman, Superman. Like, the idea of everything. And I also had the dream of everything back here was gone. I had the bookshelves on the side. I had my Christopher Blood poster on the one side of the TV, so I have a little bit of a gap just to, if I have any outlets or something. And the bookcase there, and there's the poster on the side. I have a shelf for my Sherlock Holmes stuff. And then everything that's British. So Doctor Who and Sherlock Holmes there. Maybe take Danger Mouse. So change my top shelf here too. So everything needs to change around. Leading to the other side by the light switches, I have the comic book whirly thing, but for magazines, trade paperbacks. Which at the time I said, well, I'm going to the lottery so I can get it for that special introductory price. And now it's like $400 to get these things. But I'll stick all my trade paperbacks in there so I can turn it around and say, yes, what do I want to look at this time? And with these Venetian blinds, because they're not mini, but they're not even plastic anymore. These are wooden blinds, but still Venetian, you know. The light comes between the cable, between the cords, so like shining through. So I have cardboard just blocking the window. So I had to keep that there, or get those little suction cup things and put the rod in there, put a curtain, put black curtains, just so it wouldn't fade, send the light through, shine on my stuff. Because I would put my hat rack. I like to put my hat rack here, in place of these boxes. But then again, more so it would fit the turnabout, the magazine, the trade paperback turnabout. So I could put it there, so I can reach for it, and between the table here and the TV there, and then the bookcase all the way to the end. Maybe a table like Kenny does with the poster of Eternia, So I have a poster made and just do the display of the figures, not setting up Eternia because I really don't need it. Didn't need it in the first place. I was just an impulse thing. I want to be part of the crowd, and then bookcase on the side there too. So you see the whole back wall. Wow, that's how far back it goes. Yes, it does. That's how much crap you had. Yes, I do. But yeah, I can't even throw my old VHS tapes away. It's like they're probably why I haven't. I saw the VHS tapes. I had tape in there for 2 episodes of Svengoolie, which I never watched, or even House of Svengoolie. Right. But I use it as a tuner because it's an old TV. This old RCA without a remote control only went up to like 36 channels. So I had to have a tuner to pick up the other channels. And I had the cable box plugged into the VCR with the tuner plugged into the TV to watch the other channels. So it's a strong TV. Every once in a while, I'll turn it on. RCA, it was built to last. Except when they took over Web TV, they had the RCA made those MSN TV boxes and they were crap, and MSN deliberately destroyed Web TV. Oh, I lost track here. Let's see. Whoa, I got to. So I got to this at 8-ounce bag of Cheetos Pizza Puffs, still sitting there. Oh yeah, then Pedro read that message. Spotify, I don't know how to. I just never looked. With the the viewership, got the numbers, but the viewership is another thing altogether. I mean, I like the numbers, no doubt about that, because I would never have done it on my own. But if I get on Spotify and get people that are watching all the time, sure. So, hey, something unique to talk about. Otherwise, well, on my own, it was like those people when YouTube recommended me on a page, oh, you can catch this guy. And they get these people saying things or, blocked them out. A-holes. One of them said I was hoarders. Like, you think? Told out to Allison and said, yeah, but we're different kind of hoarders. So one day I'll try the other ones if I just remember. And I read the part of the Britain's Got Talent. There is a YouTube channel that has fake AI assisted talent programs. Right? Oh yeah, I've seen it on Instagram. This beautiful, beautiful girl, woman. I say, yeah, there ain't no girl like that. That's definitely AI. Candy bars. No, when Jim passed, and then you had someone else do Kermit, then someone else do Kermit. It's like it just got worse. Kermit the Frog's supposed to sound like this, and every time I hear Kermit the Frog, it does not sound like Kermit the Frog. It sounds like Kermit the Frog. It sounds like this, or when I actually sang it poorly, I don't. In my head, I was singing, "Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me." But I was singing, "Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection." I don't know what happened. I did 2 songs at Jimmy Buffett's Come Monday, and I did, White Ranger attacking web store. It's hilarious. I don't know what happened to my voice. And you couldn't see the banjo, the paper banjo I had. And I threw it away at work too. But when I, excuse me, when I do attempt to sing, my voice changed, right? When I do attempt to sing Kermit the Frog again, I will have some lemon water. I will spray my voice, spray my throat. So I will do, "Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me, all of us under its spell. You know that it's probably magic. Have you been half asleep? Have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Is this the sweet sound that calls the young sailors? The voice might be one and the same. It did not sound like that when I sang it. I don't know what happened that day, but I was like, puh. When I deleted everything that was Spill the Geek Tea on this channel, because I'm trying, I want to get those watch hours. Just say that, people are actually watching, that it's working. I guess it's like I need 3,000 for both pages each. So when I take everything off here, I deleted those 2 videos. I'm down to 800. I guess this will be 810 videos again. This is fine. It was just 22 dozen videos I took off. So no big deal. I make it up again with snack reviews and rants. Let's see. That's candy bars. If I'm starting to sweat because of the lights on. Put on this thing's okay. But if I'm hydrated, before I wasn't even hydrated. I just sing, no big deal. But look, I drank that much water, and I sound the way I should. I can sing Kermit. It's just, the way it is. Practice. Yeah. I didn't know about that. So I knew that Jim passed away from pneumonia in the hospital. That's how most, and people walking pneumonia. But it turns out Disney hounded him because he was like, and that made him worse. Made him like, God, he caught pneumonia, and that was it. Steal away. That's for the enjoyment of what we had for the shows, the movies and the shows and the ride. The sit-down ride was nice. Sit down and relax. It's fun. But to find out the truth, and now that they just completely destroyed everything, there's no Muppets available for anything. That's Disney. As my friends said, the way they draw the characters now for Mickey and Minnie and so forth, he says cheap drawing, looks very much like Ren and Stimpy. And a former panelist from another channel that was not invited to the show last week, but he stayed to listen to the panelists. I would say I wasn't invited either. Well, technically it was, but I just, I didn't really have any connection with Simon Fisher Becker. We chatted sometimes, and the last one was in April of last year when I wished him happy anniversary. And the year before, it was like, happy anniversary. I said, oh, we've been so busy, we forgot. And like thumbs up, happy birthday. Sending me a link to his videos kind of thing. But he may have been friendly with everyone else, but to me, I don't know. I guess I just didn't give him a right vibe or something. So I was like, yeah. I was more upset about losing George Lowe because I kept trying to. It's like, hey, Unky George, let's do something. Then he stopped talking for a year, and that's the long running illness, which I didn't know about. Never knew where he lived in Lakeland. Probably could have found out. Just knocked on his way. Hey, Unky George, it's me. I'm kidnapping you. We're going up to Club 21 to eat a burger. Well, I want to go up to Atlanta. Too bad. I don't have a Cadillac and we're not driving all the way to Atlanta. Too long of a drive. We're going to Club 21. We're going to have a nice burger there. I would have done it. But, it's the way it is. But yeah, the last time I heard that guy do Kermit the Frog, I was like, wow, really? I can't do any other voices really. I had to like listen and practice.
Hi, Kermit.
Yes, I may try to sound like the original Gonzo.
Yes, hi, Kermit.
Oh, hi, Gonzo. I mean, the original version of Gonzo, if it was the same person that improved on him. I don't know, but when Gonzo became the great Gonzo and do all these things, I can't reach that level. But the one that was Gonzo's right.
Hey, I'm Gonzo.
I haven't done that in forever. But my main thing was always Kermit. I was supposed to put Kermit back in the display here and there. I thought I did. Really got to change the displays again. Except leaving Yeti and leaving the droid and leaving my mask, and these guys still stay there. And the girl with the nutcracker, the orange birds will stay for a while. But any awards on there, yeah, they can be moved in place of the pirate picture. Because I don't even watch much SpongeBob anymore. It's every time I get in the morning, get ready for work, like I can catch like the last half of one episode and another episode. I've seen them, or I just say, okay, I'm not seeing the ending again. Like this and that. Like, I flipped over to Cartoon Network and I'm watching a regular show and even Adventure Time, which I didn't miss some of those episodes too. So sometimes you guys got to switch things up. It has to be that way. Pedro tried to get a YouTuber to buy a retro mini device off your eBay page from said it was against it because of what? Oh, taxes. 2 comic creators said no to Sunday. Okay. Let's see. Thank you. Yeah. Babies, they make your dreams come true. Ain't good this time of year. I'm Baby Kermit. Yeah. I watched it. It was funny. I mean, American Werewolf in London is still a comedy, but it's a horror comedy, and some of the images I think about is like, whoa, like watching Curse the Werewolf, when the dude is in the cell and he does that whole transformation to the final perfect transformation to the gray wolf. You see the eyes. If I think about it, it's like, ugh, Jesus, freaking nightmares. The story idea was the beggar was locked up in the prison dungeon down below, and then the young woman was there to feed him all the time, and then something happened. He got loose, and to her, so she became impregnated with the child, and she dies, and the child becomes the wolf man from a mentally disturbed person doing what he did to the young woman, and which in the pictures they showed her with the werewolf thing. What? Publicity shots. She was a beautiful woman too. But for someone who becomes insane and then does it, and then the child becomes a wolf, it's kind of a staggering idea of such. Oh, I would love to get into that stuff too. The whole history. I remember reading the books. There was a stated long ago during medieval times, the guy who was on trial for killings. He said, "Well, I become a werewolf at night." I said, "How do you become a werewolf?" "I have this belt. It magically appears. I flip it over. I become a wolf. I flip it back, become man. I'm man again, and it just disappears." So what do? They cut open his stomach and found out there was no belt, and he just bled to death. Or he was Say they did not find a belt, but it was bleeding. They didn't say to death, so they slicing the skin off to see there's no belt, and he just bled. So ultimately dies. That's the way he does for his murders. It's like you lied about becoming a wolf, and then you set course to die slowly. With the idea of every time it's a full moon, people have the moon madness, which is true. I remember watching, they said someone, lost their mind because they thought they were a werewolf and they just killed people. But anymore, there's just sycophants out there and mass murderers and stuff. I would not want to do that. I want to do into the classical ideas of, well, let's talk about vampires. Let's talk about werewolves. Let's talk about the Frankenstein monster. Let's talk about classic horror monsters that we know of, how these ideas came about, how Phantom of the Opera was based on someone living in the caverns underneath the Paris Opera House. And the newspaper reporter at the time found out the Phantom of the Opera. I read it once. It took me 2 days because I was at the call center and we were waiting for the inbound calls from these U.S. Cellular to call in and say they scammed someone to get a phone activated. And it was just slow, so I read the whole thing. So I remember bits and pieces. So I try to remember bits and pieces of Lon Chaney, of the movie, which I loved. And one, of course, the play. The play, then the movie with Jerry Butler. I watched the play of Love Never Dies, also known as Paint Never Dries. I had the soundtrack. I was wondering where there was a gap in my collection here. So I just moved one CD up. I bought it. It's... Hey, look, there's my background. That's the me. You can see everything there. I should change that too. Oh, mirror image. Funny. The Coney Island Waltz. And please, Miss Gurry, I want to go back. Just to... when I heard the joke of Paint Never Dries, I also bought the movie, but since I watched the play on PBS, and thinking, my ex and I kept thinking, they would never have done this. Christine the Phantom. But isn't that the whole thing? We had the innocent thoughts about it, but it wasn't. Like he was in love with her. He was marrying her. The whole wedding gown thing is like right there. How could they have? When in that time period would they do the thing? They did the dirty deeds. Then turning Raoul to a drunk because lost the opera house. Like, I don't know. And then the ending's like, wow. And watching this, the sequel, which they said Andrew Lloyd didn't want to put his name on it, and thinking about that makes sense. They would have gone together because he was madly in love with her and under hypnotic spell. My spirit and your voice in one combine. The Phantom of the Opera is there inside your mind. It's been forever since I sang that. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. In all your fantasies. I sang Music of the Night, and I reached that high pitch, but this is like 20 years ago, for God's sakes. And then All I Ask of You singing as Raoul, and had someone sing as Christine. Let me be your shelter. Let me be your light. You're safe. No one can find you. Your fears are far behind you. I did audition for Phantom back in the day. I sang Music in the Night. For I compose the music of the night. Close your close your eyes, for your eyes will only tell the truth, and the truth isn't what you want to see. I need some lemon water. And I hit those pitches, and at the end, help me make the music of the night. Say, I'm breaking up. My throat's so out of whack, so wrecked. Part of getting old, you can't sing anymore. I'm no Keith Richards or Mick Jagger. I need some of that hot lemon water. Give me some of that hot lemon water with tea. Hot tea with lemons and honey. Ooh, honey. I love honey. Oh, I feel a rumbly in my tumbly. But I auditioned for Phantom. I auditioned for Raoul. At least I got him singing. But a gun. A long time ago. Before the Empire. Before the dark times. So, I just didn't make it. That happens, right? Who would win a death match, Gonzo or Gumby? I'm Gumby, damn it. If it was Eddie Murphy, yeah. Oh, where's Pokey? Can't remember that cartoon anymore. That show anymore. I remember watching it. I don't remember where I watched it, but was it between PBS or Nickelodeon? I think it was PBS had it. Because Teletubbies, I wrote, and it still stands up to this date, Doctor Who Meets the Teletubbies. I wrote it 10 years after it went off the air. Once upon a time in Teletubbyland. It was, I was not on Legend of the Traveling TARDIS yet. I was declared hashtag guru by Christian. Because he knew who I was. So I still say he's from a parallel universe because I don't remember ever seeing him. But Christian knew who I was, knew my Facebook Lives, so wherever I friended him, or he friended me. And when I appeared on the chat, he made me hashtag guru in a moment, like boom. So I posted a link to my pages on A Teaspoon and an Open Mind. And I have stories I just never gone back and fixed. When I had Grammarly for 2 years at a good price. Now it's at 50% off again, but they raised the price. So raised the price 50% off still. I don't have the will to fix it yet after all this time, or even write the stories anymore. I'm just dragging. But Doctor Who Meets the Teletubbies under Lord Amagon still stands true. 10 years after I wrote it, Melanie read the story. She's like, that was amazing. That was hilarious. And it's just my memory. That was hilarious. I mean, I could still put my stories down. Even when I was on vacation, I just kind of wrap my mind around like, all these things going on. Too much here, too much there. My birthday, would I even think about it? I don't know. The story of me with the 13th Doctor and our adventures. Not me as the Doctor, and 13th Doctor on our adventures for the novel, and all the other characters here and there. Even the Sleepy Hollow story, which is a prequel. I have the word of the day saved every day, the email. So I see it as one character. He's just very well spoken. Just those words come out. I say, "Oh, I understand what you're saying. I'm not that well spoken, but I understand what you're saying." And then the one I fall for. But then the Headless Horseman comes about and does everything, and who's to blame? Who's the new guy in town? My mother came to Hazard when I was just 7. Even then, the folks in town The prejudice kind. That boy's not right. That Richard Marx video, especially the new version. I'm not him doing Norton. The second version of that video, Hazard from Richard Marx, had the noose hanging from the tree. Like, Jesus Christ. Uncle Tom's Cabin by that one band that sang Cherry Pie. Warrant. When Warrant sang Uncle Tom's Cabin, go from the Cherry Pie video, which is hilarious, to this dark, disturbing thing. Two teens get lost in the woods, and the boy gets killed, and the girl gets killed. And like, Jesus Christ! Now, why do they have to say Uncle Tom's Cabin? Disturbing images would linger forever in your mind, but can't remember things that are important. You know? I'm glad I never watched all of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but I've seen clips like, whoa. I never watched. I Spit on Your Grave. I watched Last House on the Hill, The Last House on the Left, the original '70s one, and read about it. So a lot of '70s things going on. It's like, whew. Just for that schlock value, exploitation thing. Like, Jesus Christ. That's what I like than the other things. Don't need horror. There's enough horror in my life as it is. Enough horror out there right now. With, like I said earlier, the accident on I-75 southbound. 2 dead because the driver fell asleep. And instead of the 3 lanes, people got on driving on the grass. And people driving in the left side, which is supposed to be for emergency vehicles only. And police are trying to say, get out of the way. And Dan said, should have gave them tickets. Like, damn straight. There's an accident. These a-holes are adding 2 more lanes, which are not supposed to be in, on the grass. I hope they get stuck. And then the emergency lane for ambulance, everything else, they should be put in jail. With the common sense, oh, we can drive. Stupidity. And then stores filled with ignorant people that are you open? Yeah, this can't. It's too much. Yes, Gonzo would blow himself up. Gonna be Gumby. I'm Gumby, damn it. Yeah. My voice cracked too much. Like, then the mask is somewhere. The picture's somewhere. I was between weights, sizes. I had the vest, I had a watch on. I don't know why I was still wearing a watch at the time. So here's the Phantom of the Opera wearing a watch. My old fedora, all ruined, but I got new fedoras. I got trilbies. I need to get rid of. I got into that trilby thing because it was the hipster thing. I'm done with that. I was like, here's a bunch of freaking trilbies. You want a trilby, you wear a trilby. Give me a freaking fedora like the boss, James Von Bolt. Von Bolt. The Adversaries. Von Bolt and the Adversaries. Velvet Chains. He wears the fedora because the guy who he replaced wore a fedora. So he was a fedora. Big old fedora. On stage, I said, stay busy. You guys deserve it. Because the bass player and drummer and James are they're busy. If I can get them one day, it'd be cool. Because they're acquaintances of mine. I spoke to them. I'm closer to them than I am Lisa Foyles, That's anyway. Plenty of water. Gumby starting 56, 69. Oh, Howdy Doody. It's Howdy Doody time. Gumby was on Howdy Doody? Wow. When I always thought it was a British show because I saw it at the time as it had to be the new Adventures of Gumby. Had to be. Because with the blockheads.
Well, Gumby, how you feeling? I don't know, Pokey. Well, you should do something, you dumbass. Pokey.
But I remember watching that. It had to be because it had to be on PBS. Between watching Teletubbies and anything else, Miss Rogers. Because he lived in Rollins. He lived in Winter Park. He was at Rollins College, and we went on the lake thing. I never really took. The boat tour was unique. Winter Park boat tour. You got to ride around there. My friend Jimmy, he would take his bike and do the bike path around there. So I did the boat, he did the bike. The people that live around there, there was in a house for sale. I was like, So surprised people don't ride their boat up to the little beach there, and because that's where the for sale sign is. You go on the lake and you see the for sale sign. Like, how much is that sucker? And this is before everything happened, I think. Yeah, well, before all this,
Before the inflation, before the stupidity.
I would say a good 10 years before Trump, version 1. But we had to deal with was it during Obama time? That's when the house was for sale? Probably. But everything in Florida is just everything everywhere. Eggs today. We're looking at eggs again, like $12, this and that. Oh, crap. Lowest I remember for candy bars, I was selling with Dollar Tree, 50 cents each. Now they're $1.25. But then, again, 2 something. All these Kit Kats, and I got to do this stuff. Time's ticking away again. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. Before 8 o'clock, I'm getting this thing done. Look, everyone, it was said here. Yes, Doctor Who meets the Teletubbies. I wrote the story with how did I write? It was Roger Boyes. It goes by Dr. Zombie. His character. He wrote a book too. Lives in Zephyr Hills, Florida. I chose him to be the Doctor. No, I chose him to be in my Doctor Who movie. And they said he played the Doctor. And I was like, how am I supposed to be the Doctor? And for 2 days I was disgruntled, and I said, you know what? I'm going to be the Valyard. And I had a whole beautiful story called called Identity Crisis. And I ultimately kill off his character 3 stories later, planned. My character still exists. That character of mine does not still timey-wimey thing. And I made a second version using a female doctor, my good friend of mine. If I can, I got to mention to her again, I want Anime Angie to return to radio. I want Anime Angie to return to podcasts. See how she's going to do that, because it was possible. It's possible. It's like, I need Anime Angie back. That's how we met, through a radio show created by the owner of Enterprise 1701, which later became Sci-Fi City. Then he left to do other. Then he did the radio show. It was like at midnight or something, close to midnight. And I had to sit in another room because get on my little radio and just move that antenna. It was on AM. And then it was Arthur and I and Julia were there, and I just called in, just be the sarcastic thing. I need to bring Anime Angie back. And so I lost track of what I was saying. So I had her as the Doctor, and that was almost finished. And then I thought I made a third one when I came up here and I had to tee the crew from Solid Ground, and then fewer people from Orlando. Maybe I can turn the light on. Give me a second. Porch light. And so that everything's just on script and on video 8 tape. I never wrote the story yet, but it's expanded and it's super superior story. Identity Crisis still exists in the first timeline. The second story exists just as a part of a collection of stories, but its third one exists because it's taking the same storyline I had from there. Identity Crisis expanded on it. The movie version was based on the original version, but I did stood there in regalia and my outfit and in front of the TARDIS console and filled in the bits and pieces. While the second one was close to the original version, just changed the characters around. And the third one still used the same basis of it, but as the first story was in the first timeline, the second story just in a collection in the third collection in the third series. And then a couple stories later is a couple stories later. No. First story is in the first timeline. Second story is in the collection is in the collection of the third series. First story, first timeline, first series. Second story, just a story that fits that I wrote in a collection in the third series of stories. The third story is in the third timeline in the third collection of stories. So the first two timelines / collections, there's 32 stories in each one, short stories, with one novella in the first one. The third timeline only exists like in 4 stories. One, which I don't know if it's going to be novella or novel, and the last one being a novel, has to be. But in the third series of stories, I have collections of stories that would either fit in the first, second, and or third series, or not. They could be standalones. I thought of all the titles. Every title starts with a letter, all 26 letters of the alphabet. So I went through the whole thing there. Even Q, which there was a book called Quantum Archangel for Doctor Who back in the day. So I forgot when my Q story started with, but I went with all 26 letters. I had to go back and fix it too. So I somehow took some stories out, combined this and that. The ideas are there. Some ideas are written, but one day, maybe soon, I'll get to it. But that whole novel between my doctor and Jodie's doctor and that doctor and that doctor and that doctor, and that companion, that companion, that companion, that companion. But it's a nice little story. It's all in my head. Oh, yes, thank you. You found it under Whofic. A lot of those stories I just wrote and I never finished fixing them. I've been 2.5 hours in. But one day I will. I just try to wrap my mind up buying all these things. I was content with $2 for this web store. And I have one I paid full price for because I was going to turn him into Skeletor. But now I was like, okay, since I have I'm not getting, like, I don't have everything of, like I said, I don't have everything of Origins. And what I have a vintage, is mixed in with the Origins. So I don't have everything of vintage. I don't have everything of Origins. I mean, for me, just get the Stinkor and a Clawful. I bought Clawful loose. Mosquitor. I got 2 of them. So when I paid got the Antique Mall and got the extra piece, cost as much as getting a brand new one. So I got a brand new one. Just for the principle of it. And Stinkor, I have the other original Stinkor, but I have the new Stinkor, and I got an extra Stinkor loose, so if I paint it with washable black, I can have just all black figures. And how I'm going to do that one? Can I do that with a Skeletor? Would I put it with the orange head? Kind of give him orange. That'd be interesting. No, can't be. Orange hood. The hood needs to match the armor. So the hood needs to match the armor. So with a black hood, orange face, I'm thinking, what color body would I use? I keep running back in my mind saying, does he have a red body? Like if Skeletor is in Anti-Eternia, what would he look like? I think that was that Prince Keldor who turned into He Skeletor. I think that was just had to read up again. So he was still blue, and the armor piece I asked Kenny about that one too. So I had that proper armor, that proper chest piece armor. So that'd be he Skeletor. Also through Mega Customs, he made one with a custom head. And he had the part of the skull as like a helmet for his face. That's what I would do. I would use that custom head for there, and the custom chest armor with the bones as the Iron Cross. Taking up a Panther, taking Battle Cat armor, having the helmet from Battle Cat, having the same. Well, Kenny would have to do that. Take the saddle and the helmet from Battle Cat, paint them the same color to put on the Panther, and the black stripes to Panther to be Battle Panther, with He Skeletor with the proper chest armor and the custom head with the half skeleton thing there for a helmet. Because that'd be unique, and that's my He Skeletor with Battle Panther sitting in the center. But with this lighter blue, which is also a Leo Toys custom kind of thing, but it's more. This is the animated version. Well, this is yeah. Think about that. The arms are different because this is animated. So what that means, I would. Give me a second. Let's see, notices. Notices. Okay, I don't know. My new phone, and it's doing this thing. I don't know. Got a new phone, and it's doing stupid things. It asked me also, like, well, you're not connected to Wi-Fi. I was like, no, I'm not connected to Wi-Fi. What did you ask me that for? I don't want ringtone. I want it on vibrate. Okay. I don't know why it's showing the last person calling. I hate technology. It's always doing stupid things, and it shouldn't be. Delete, delete, close, close. Why is it still showing someone calling here? Clean up memory. Always something, always something. And I don't want the weather there. Okay, it's almost... I gotta turn off the phone. I don't understand this. Let it restart. Okay, I'm done. I've babbled on long enough for almost 3 hours. Thank you, Kenzo's Creations, for popping in earlier and then leaving. Thank you, Timescales, for popping in and staying. Thank you, Pedro, for popping in and staying. So tomorrow I have oh yeah, his phone number. Tomorrow I don't know what we're doing tomorrow. We're doing some video, but since no comic book creators are showing up, that means Mark's idea of 80s, do top obscure 80s sci-fi. My mind just stole. I don't want ringtone. I don't want ringtone. I want vibe. Dang it. I got two buttons I don't need in here. Try to set to vibrate. There, vibrate only. Okay. Screen there. Back to picture of Jody. You can't see good enough. Picture Jody with the clock, not a phone call that didn't go through. I don't know. Stupid technology. So again, we're gonna record a video for tomorrow, so it's not gonna be any comic book people. So just be a video we'll just stick in the library. Let's see. I won't even walk around here. Walk around Orlando much. Jimmy's got that stuff done. Go see candy bars. I lost the track, so there's no comic book people coming in tomorrow. I just can't find that message anymore. I know I saw it because I know Greg said so. Let's see. Oh yeah, pod, Spotify. So it's past that. Candy bars, Disney stole, Muppets. Oh yeah, two comic creators have said no for Sunday. We have plans. So that was it. That was just that one line. So we'll just go with I don't know, that was Mark's idea. Obscure 80s sci-fi. So it's, we would pop in tomorrow. We'll think about it overnight. You have less than 24 hours to think about it. We just do it in an hour, because that can, again, we just, the watch time. I watch people coming in and watching it because you get so many people popping in here and there for a few minutes. And for me to get another 3,000 watch time hours, the videos had to be short. So, and the shorts, you got to have like millions of people. So we try to keep an episode to an hour because we can always we can always expand on the episode later on. Hopefully other people. It'd be nice to give different opinions, because otherwise it's just between 4 and 5 of us just doing the same thing over and over again, which is fine because we're going to have different answers. Last week with Jay coming up with the title Nerds versus Geeks, we went to almost 2 hours. We just kind of lost control, as I always do. Not really losing control. It's again, I listened to everything. Everyone's having a good time about it, and less for me to think about. While here it's just me clearing out my mind for everything. That's why some people like this show better. Me just going crazy. But the other show, I just want people that are that do podcasts, that people do streaming, gather together. It's like, what do you have an idea? Because you have putting them out of their comfort zone. Saying, you do this, but what about this? We all have feelings about other things too. And other shows are so negative, other shows that, so specific, had to keep that one ongoing theme. We're going with so many themes, there's so many things go on, but it overwhelms me most of the time. That's why I don't take the lead. Because everyone that has their own show, or come together and say, well, what about this? We have our own opinions. So for here, yeah, I read everything here. Would I go live here if how would I go live here? I wouldn't. I would go through StreamYard. And we'll see. I may, if I had more people that I knew were watching than just the numbers of subscribers, then I'd feel more comfortable about, the chat. That's why everyone wants to do the chat. Everything's to be good with the chat. Man, bringing everyone in. We're all bringing everyone in, coming in to talk about things. It's good. It's good information, good stuff. And I look back at the one about the LA fires, and there's nothing. It's like, and those so I don't bother anyone. I told Katie, told the others, like, if you feel like coming in, just tell me. When you're available, I will say, okay, here's a topic. Here's a list of topics, and we'll talk about this. I'm not saying every week. I'm just doing exactly what Legends of Traveling TARDIS. We had a chat and said, here's a topic. Who wants to join in? I'm just following their pattern. And like, it's perfectly all right. So here's a list of topics. And, when we go live, then it'll be 23rd. Pedro, you take the lead with the sliders. And we'll come up behind and give our replies and remarks and memories. And we can go to part 2, part 3, bring in the actors. Oh, mercy. So I want to do with the interviews. Just they come in, small interview, but then like, let's relate. Let's say, what's this? What we do? Like, we're just a bunch of guys talking. Maybe some girls. That's all. That's all I want to do with the show. But since we're going with Sliders Live, the next week is going to be Nerds versus Geeks, because we did that show last week and it was so good. I'm putting it at the end of the month. So we come back live in April. And if we don't have a specific topic, it'll just be, well, what's new? I'll go on about before we go live, like, we'll just look on something online and say, what big topic is out there? What do we know of? And just we run with that, or because that's how we do it all the time. It's like 5 o'clock. So when we're talking about, all of a sudden, okay, here's a topic. Same idea. Otherwise, just be, we're live. Like, well, what's new this week? And if it comes up during the live show that we have a topic, there it is. But I can change the title during the show, need be, or just be, episode 27 live, episode 28 live. We just do it that way, or don't have to have an actual. But if we think of a topic beforehand, episode 37 cheese live. Or I just put episode 27 question mark live. So we haven't think of a topic, but maybe we'll think of it during the show. Just having the fun and talking about it. That's all. Okay, going back up here. But that thing again. For 80s sci-fi, I have no idea. When I get home, let's see, I get off work. I make sure I work till 3 o'clock tomorrow, because I can only have 30 hours. So I can do my what's my schedule? Sunday I can make it 8 hours. Monday, keep it at 7. Friday, see what happens Friday. Friday may just keep it at 7, but Saturday may just keep it 8. I may actually stay till 3 o'clock on Saturday. We'll see. I just like to leave early on Saturday because it just gets busier. I come home, clean up, eat, doze off, and then come back on here and think, what am I going to do? kind of thing. Either way, still do my 5 o'clock show next Saturday and 3 o'clock show next Wednesday because I have Wednesday off. And that's when Mikey of Eternian Royalty will be on the chat. As he said, it's appropriate time for him, 3 o'clock. But any obscure, I didn't even think about it, obscure 80s shows, obscure 80s sci-fi. Andromeda was kind of, no, that was 90s. Never mind. Mark is in the 80s. He likes the 80s stuff. So it's just type in 80s sci-fi and see if anything registers. And I guess Knight Rider would kind of register for the 80s. Because Talking Car. Not really obscure because it was a great show. I did not like the reboot. Oh, we can transform into a Mustang. Oh, we can transform into a truck. What? No transforming cars unless they transform into a robot like they did with Kit for the Transformers. And he's called Agent Knight. And you get stickers from Toy Hacks, which I don't do that anymore because they're expensive. Time. Oh, yes. Time ticking. Seems like Spill the Geek Tea doesn't really need a lead. Like, I liked it. Yeah. He was mentioning to me, he's like, wow, I wait till the end to say something. He's like, it's my show. I should be saying something. But again, I said at the beginning of the show, I don't like going first because, yeah, I thought of a topic, but to follow through on it, I don't want to feel like, well, I don't know. I like the past 2 weeks now, like it was Jay that thought of the topic and he took lead because he knew what to talk about. And then Mark says, what do I feel about it? And I don't want to do, I just rebuttal with all the information I was given. Because I'm just kind of in a mood mode of, because here I can complain about people. That's what I do. And, you know, the death here, the stupid people that go shopping, web store playing with that there. And then look at it and go, see, it's animated, so it doesn't have all the details. So I could turn this to an animated Leo Skeletor kind of thing. So I can't really do another shade because the arms the way they are, boots the way they are. So it's Barbarossa, or if I felt like it, ordering an animated He-Man, ordering a Filmation Skeletor, and because I didn't really like it enough to buy it, but if I bought one just to switch the parts on it, you know, put it on his belt, his armor, and then put it on his head with this shade of blue. So I would say I have a Leo Toys. I'd have a Filmation Leo Toys Skeletor that's unique. Because they have web stores, like I didn't have. I said I have arms because he was like through Amazon. It was hard to find. I have pre-ordered Faker because he's He-Man 2.0 and he's better than the first one. But I was keep him as Faker. I did not. I passed on Evil Lynn. That's all yellow. Like I like their origins and Masterverse. Tila, when he says she had too much of a forehead, oh my god, couldn't stop seeing that. So Man at Arms stays in the package. I love She-Ra, Catra, Frosta. The girls from their own cartoon look good, but the other dudes, the Horde, would I get a Grizzlord just to say, well, I had the Origins version of Grizzlord, did not get the exclusive version, but since I have two Grizzlords, may I paint one with a dark brown face? So I was like, well, this represents, or is it a black face? I had brown face and one had a black face on the exclusive one. So I can just use the washable paint a black face. Black face, oh my God, what's up with that? We know about that. So I can have Grizzlord there, Grizzlord through the animated series, through She-Ra. So the 3 Grizzlords, like Attack of the Grizzlords. So I'm going to consider that. I have Leech ordered for Kenny. I have Faker ordered for me. So I may actually look at Skeletor. So I just wasn't impressed enough to buy it. But to make a Leo Toys version of an animated Skeletor, I would do that. I was going to switch now. So when I looked at it, wait a minute, the arms and legs. I'm holding the figure, I'm playing with it. I'm not even paying attention that the arms are different. I could still make a Leo version of it. That'd be hilarious. So I'm going to look on eBay and Big Bad Toy Store. Just have my own UniQ version. And I still can't think of any obscure 80s shows, sci-fi. And that between movies and TV shows, I just remember a lot of 90s and 2000s. That is what Mark likes. I mean, cartoons, he wants to do top 3 cartoons of the 80s. I think that would be the idea. But he wants to go with obscure sci-fi. So if we can do a handful of, how many of us are going to be on the show? Just pre-recorded tomorrow. Keep it within an hour or so. So we can expand on it, say, obscure 80s sci-fi, part 2, part 3, part 4. Just throw it out as live, every other month. Nerds versus Geeks, part 2, part 3. Pete's the second slice, the third slice. Every other month kind of thing. Just say, European again? Yeah, we're different people this time. So keep the running storylines. Just keep it going. Oh, there's Kenny. You went. Yeah, no. As I said, when I forwarded the message to Dave on Instagram, I said Dave will host it. He with the emoticons, and a tilted smiley head. Because the idea of Greg sent me the idea. Let's talk about Star Wars, and then Dave wants to talk about Star Wars. Like, well, with Dave hosting, it's not his. He'll do his show in entirety. So we'll just throw in. Dave will host it. This and that. We'll just throw in, Star Wars, which was originally Star Wars, and they had a human Jabba, and then but it was never put A New Hope because he didn't know it was going to work, and it was all filmed in England. So just some basic things here and there, throwing it out. What did you like about it? What did you like about Star Wars? What you don't like about Star Wars? And we keep it within the hour's time. And then down the road, we do Empire. Then we do Jedi. And say, okay, now we're going to jump back to the prequel. Boom, 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 boom. Now we're going to jump forward to the sequels, which we have to. It's part of the movie collection. I mean, I love to get into cartoons, but, and to TV shows, but I didn't. I watched the original Clone Wars cartoons with the dude, that dude who made Samurai Jack, Genndy. I watched the original one, then the newer one, then they get all the books. Dave can touch all that stuff. Anyone else can do it. The fanatics. So just 9 movies, possibly the Christmas holiday special, which I still can't get myself to watch the entire thing. Star Wars fan, I still can't watch the entire thing. And the toy collecting. All the collecting the Star Wars stuff and all the lines and here and there. So that's, even if it takes just a toy crew talking about Star Wars toys, those of us have the toys, went back again kind of thing, just toy crew do that stuff. So we got, 11 episodes, and that's what we'll do. And then, we'll just jump on certain other things, but, just again, Dark Shadows and Quantum Leap and Knight Rider, TV shows and movies, what's the worst movie you've seen? I'll still say Open Water, and I'll say that till always and forever. And was talking about things that, well, I didn't know about that. The obscure things that you watch movies. Did you know? What did you know? It all works out like that. Funny. Let's see. I thought you were, because you're always listening. You're the wiretap. No, that's not right. Did you know that because they make phones now, you cannot remove the battery, like certain phones like this. Your phone is always on, no matter how you power it off. It's still on. It's still listening to you. I saw someone say you're talking about something, and all of a sudden, oh, it appeared on Facebook or Instagram. Oh, you need something there. You need something down below. Okay, we got something for there. They're always listening. So, hey, wiretap, how about this? We have, the one through Amazon, which my assistant manager has set up not shows, but songs under these accounts. He had one for me, but it was under a Tominator list. And I had in the year 2525, I had a lot of other songs, I'm so eclectic with everything. But he canceled that and just kind of mixed songs together. I think Friday's playlist is mostly country songs. But I would say, hey, shout it through the doors. Make sure it's on loop mode. And loop mode already on. I said, shuffle my Saturday night party playlist. Shuffling your playlist Saturday night on Amazon Music. So it's the same thing, since he has to put the songs on himself. I wish you would update it, make more of a list, because I don't think it was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Those are the days I worked. Was like, you need to make a Monday playlist. Make some more songs put on here, because we've hearing the same songs for the past couple of years now, and put some more songs on there. But I would go back there and just shout out through the doors. Sometimes I shout out during the hallway based on if the device can hear me. It's just no plugged in little ball. Bloop. And he's got the one in the office, which is a newer version, but it doesn't play a lot of the videos because something was put on this thing to block. So you cannot watch any of my videos on the system. Before, he could pull up on his phone, my channel, and it would pop up on the old device, which no longer is made. But these newer devices won't allow it. Or it maybe will allow it, but some kind of buffer thing is set up in the back room to not watch my videos. Like, maybe it's a good thing, because I may accidentally say, what did I see over there? I swear I can't tell anyone outside about this. It's an ace up my sleeve, just in case. But no Ewoks Adventure. No. And of course, Kenny talks about himself in third person, which is kind of wild. Minus the. Oh, IG messages. I'm afraid to. Wait a minute. What am I afraid to? It's 8:17 already. Oh my God, it's 3 hours. I gotta play Hero Wars. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna turn on the family. I got the tablet. Because what happened earlier when stupid internet connection again. I can't keep more than 3 tabs up on my screen. That's, I swear to God. If I move back to, oh my goodness. No, Bobby's info. Corey made a Prime Evil. He took extra Horde parts and made Horde Prime. Okay. Oh, he took Kane and some extra Horde parts. Wow. I'd love to see my figures, but I'm not going to hoard about that. Okay. Of course. Oh, I see. what was this? Oh yes, it was. I didn't see the at 5 o'clock this morning. I was still asleep. There's a slot open at 3 p.m. Oh yeah, since no comic book people came up, Cheetos Extra Flaming Hot Crunch. I feel the heartburn. Yep, just keep on going. But anyone wants to join in for a show tomorrow, of course, you're welcome to. Let's see. Oh, Angie sent that there. So everyone is welcome. Oh, you got a Club Grayskull cap. I didn't want to. Someone made those. Someone made those. I saw those figures on Facebook. It's like Man at Arms without the Man at Arms close to being Man of War. Now, when I look at that artwork, that is amazing, beautiful artwork. That's the same thing for Sorceress Tila, because she was like so seductively naughty. I mean, I love the Sorceress Tila figure, but I love the artwork much, much better. I wish she looked like that artwork. And I wish that New Etheria, that She-Ra looked more like that artwork. If the artwork for She-Ra and Snake Tila were just like that, oh my goodness, I would buy two. One to keep in the one to keep mint in box, and one to cut the card out properly, put it in an album like Adam does, and then display the figures. Ooh, ooh. That's why I say here's a mint figure. Here's a mint version. And here's the. I'll probably just keep the cardboard somewhere in the background. So put. I got a big cardboard right. I don't know if you can focus on it. If I can do it. Yep. See that cardboard? It blocks the window, so the light doesn't come through. And a box full of crap. And there's a Skeletor with the terror claws from Skull of God. Works perfectly. And I think I asked Mega Customs to make me the claws, and it never didn't happen. So that was easy to do. But that artwork, I would put it on the cardboard just so I can look at it all the time. But for me, I just the figure doesn't do anything for me. The artwork does. Beautiful artwork. And I like if anything else, I'm keep thinking who's going to be on that poster this year. But the years have just begun. Depeche Mode. Oh, Depeche Stove. Dave sent me a weird picture. So I sent him the Muppet thing with what's his name? Pepe. I'm looking at your legs. That's hilarious. Oh, I forgot. Oh, hello. And Oz liked the one with the internet has just broke me. He's in the heart. I don't know. And Mikey sends that's a S ton of pollen. Oh yeah, from Dad Bod. Yeah, he's in the Carolinas. I'm in Georgia. We got the same thing. Freaking pollen, and it's supposed to rain 100% tomorrow. Wash all the pollen away. And I sent to Eldor the same thing with Pepe. So we'll do. Okay, my brother sent me a message real fast. I'm kind of going off Doctor Who figures now. I'm still collecting new TARDISes and new Doctors, though. Because the Vortex line, which was a ripoff to all of us because it was not a brand new figure. It was another Frankenstein figure, new head for the third Dr. John Pertwee on a rehashed body, and the maggots, which you can get. There are 3 versions, and there are people that are buying multiple sets to see they get all 3 versions of the maggots. And so online, Facebook, they're saying, well, if you want to do swap, people say you can do the swap thing, but we're not responsible because we're just gathering people together. If you miss out from someone else, that's your problem. That's sad reality. But it's designed to have the maggot going up, either flat or middle or upward. So if someone bought 4 sets and got the same one packaged. Someone got the one flat one. So it's the same as the one that came in with Pertwee with all 3 maggots. But this is people saying you had to spend $50 on a sonic screwdriver and then third Doctor figure and this accessory and the maggot, but there could be 3 different versions of the maggots. So you have 3 Pertwees and the same ones you can switch out with the other, so you can have all 3 different versions of the maggots. No, I got it because of shiny sonic screwdriver, and I'm going to redo the Sonics behind me. So that's the only reason. But the chip was even wrong. It wasn't anything specific for the third Doctor. For the first 2, right? You do the third one and the fourth one were the proper sounds. And it seems that B&M stores will have the same Pertwee head, and that's perfect for a regeneration head, which I don't really want to touch the one that my brother made for me, just because. But the one that somewhere of the regeneration set put the head on. But he's still trying to get TARDISes and everything. I mean, I say what did Bobby say? Well, dang it, Bobby. I don't understand what you mean there. He sent me the picture, and I know there's a Duncan. There's a Japanese Duncan. Oh, ask me which one I want. Duncan. Duncan. I asked for Duncan so he can give me a can. Okay. He sent an 825. Oh, wow. No, I sent an 825. That was me sending it. When did he send this to me? He sent me at 5 o'clock. Okay. So tomorrow we'll just do a video just to have sit in the library to put out anytime. And when we do live, if we figure out something, half hour before, like we do many times over, I'll edit the title. Otherwise, just be episode 32, ? Live. Say, let's just talk about, let's see if we have them in a chat. This is a time when I really, even though with the Legend of Traveling TARDIS, we didn't have that many people in chat. We have me pushing the chat for the watch hours or the response time. Watch hours we got afterwards. Many people watch afterwards, trying to figure out what I was talking about. But just to keep the chat going, it's like, there's me, Dan, Ramona, Roger, Greg comes in, and a couple of people here and there just to keep it going. It's just to break up the things here and there. But so if we had the chat going on there, here we go. Yeah, too much heartburn. Means cartoon. Oh yeah, it's done. Oh yeah, but Mark had the idea of 80s cartoons is one thing, but I had the idea of also 80s sci-fi, which I really can't think of anything 80s sci-fi. But 80s cartoons, I said I want to do every year, but If we just say, like I said, top 3 80s cartoons, he and I went on talking for half an hour about Battle of the Planets. And it's just by memories, not into details, because we knew what it was. So he watched the whole thing. I watched it through G-Force, but the cartoon character names, that was from Battle of the Planets. Yet online, it said no. What I remember on G-Force was from Battle of the Planets, but that's not possible because I watched G-Force. Because they all said G-Force. And so, again, not Mandela effect, gaslighting. Was the Next Generation in the 80s? I thought it was in. It was, wasn't it? They didn't have enough money for Next Generation because Shatner got a hefty pay hike to be in Star Trek 4 or 5. It's like, so. Yes. I remember you said that was in the novel. I have the novel somewhere, the paperback. That's why it could be an hour show, easily an hour show. If someone else came in with something obscure later on for part 2, it's for the future. Oh my God, it's Jay. Hi, it's Jay. You mean web store? I paid $2 for him. $2 for web store. That's what it looked like. And I was going to turn into another Leo Skeletor, and I thought, well, man, this is animated. So I'm gonna have to look for animated Skeletor and turn him into a Leo Toys animated Skeletor. Jay, thank you for popping in. Oh, thank you. My early birthday present is me staying home and not doing anything. But tomorrow it was Mark has thought of the obscure 80s sci-fi. It's like, well, that could be done in an hour. Even 45 minutes. I mean, we did a 45-minute show. That's perfectly fine. Yes, we can talk about anything. Anything is everything. Yes, Kenny's always lurking. That too. If we have, like I said, we of any show, or that's the thing. So we'll do sliders. You'll do the hosting of the sliders, and then we'll see about expanding onward afterwards, and maybe Jerry O'Connell and Kari were any other dude. That'd be excellent. Be amazing. Like getting Velvet Chains on, saying, "I'm surprised you guys are on here. You brought in Lisa? Oh, I'm really surprised. That would be a big funny thing, bringing Lisa Foyles." But there's so many things. I mean, Dark Shadows. I love Dark Shadows. That's one of my favorite things. That thing can go on forever. We can just do the pre-Barnabas years, and then we go to the, we can just even pre-Barnabas years and into whatever time period there is, because they had this one, then they went back in time, and then they went back to normal time, then they went this time, and then they went to parallel time, and then the other parallel time, and then back to normal time, then went to the other parallel time, which ended the show. And there's some in between there too, which is throwing there. But the movies, we can do everything, because we're doing reviews, we're talking about things, we're having fun. That's the whole thing. We're spilling our information or such. The 4-pack is a bunch of kid bashes. Oh, so you meant the okay. See, the brain thing. Oh, that's actually a real set of kit bashes. Okay. The 4-packs. Yeah, I do find it interesting. I just thought someone made them. I didn't know that was actual set. Ray, if your laptop slows down, I'm not gonna only save that one. Who wants to join me here? Totally Rad Retro Toys is on Instagram. Okay, I have no idea who that is. I want to see what Kenny sent again. So that 4-pack. Come on. Okay, so the snake dude, that's kind of the Man at Arms before it becomes full Man of War. That dude that has Skeletor, I would, if it's not too much. I heard that the Fright Zone was $160. No way. I bought Castle Grayskull as much as I could, and now it's sitting in Orlando. I'm not even sure it's the first release of the weak platforms or the new one with the reconstructed ones, which if I actually found it down there, I would open up the box, see if it added the slats to the bottom, because I could have got the parts from eBay. But I was like, I still want to open Castle Grayskull. I want to use the 2-inch scale figurines and the Hot Wheels and the world's smallest to give the depth of how big the castle is, especially now that and on the inside, put any of the unique figures there. Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain were given away to the Intergalactic Trading Company for next to nothing. I still had all the vehicles. I still have the whatever I have for Origins vintage, except for I did get Skeletor and Panther in the past year, but I still don't have a vintage He-Man and Battlecat. So I'm still thinking, should I get that? Because when those vintage repainted ones I do like, I want to do the setup there. So I still think, okay, that's true. I'll get those. The collector's rule of 3. I only have one hero coming. And Kenny used the Masterverse head and the Masterverse Power Sword. And so did Mr. Hero, and so did Mr. Home Arcade. But Home Arcade did have problems standing up Hero with He-Man's head. So I mean, does that mean He-Man has a fat head? But he said it kept falling over every time he did the video. So Rio Blast, since I never had one, I got 2, one to trade. But I don't know. Oh, and Jay, because I know you're not going to watch 2 hours back. I got this Legacy Transformers Laser Optimus Prime from Amazon, and the box was destroyed. Picture on the sides ripped off. There's a hole in the back. The bottom is crushed. I was going to do a review because of with Evil Lynn and everything else coming from Amazon. I decided to do what Kenny did, ask. And I was going to do a review. I said, well, I got this damaged, and I guess I spoke with a telemarketer in overseas because she said, okay, we're going to refund you your $45. And this was also, I didn't know the price increased either. So as much as I like the card art, that's not going to work. I'm going to save the side artwork with Prime Optimus, maybe the front, and figure out where I'm going to put him in the background for at least a couple months. So that was a good present for me. I got Laser Optimus Prime that I didn't get years ago, and this is the better version. It's smaller. It's not chromy, which is fine. I wanted to get Scourge, and that was like way too much. So I'm good with that. I'm good with that one. I still want Star Optimus Prime, even though it's $150 freaking dollars. I have the bootleg version of the original, so I want to have the bootleg version of the original block compared to the new one that's coming out. I don't know where I'm going to put them. Allison and I talked about that too. Like the hoarding situation. We'll figure it out. Let's see. Back to thing. Because I said I was going to end at 8 o'clock. Okay. See the Toy Crew. Yes, Toy Crew. So J.I. and Anyone else? I posted to them. I made my comments, to them. Mikey and Eldor and Corey saw the message, probably Allison, but they didn't respond. They saw the notes, mhm. I wasn't gloating, wasn't doing anything else. I just saying, I'm so excited how these things are going to be here and there, and I just want everyone to be around and participate. So that's about it. The slab. Oh yes, that's the Walmart exclusive Han and Carbonite ornament, which my friend Mr. Traveling TARDIS, Christian of the Legend of Traveling TARDIS, he got it the year beforehand. It took me another year to get it at Walmart. Thank you, Jay. I know. Only 3, and now I'm down to 2 people watching. Gotcha, man. GeForce. Yep. So between Mark watching Battle of the Planets and me watching GeForce, characters that he knew that I was talking about, but online they said I was wrong. I say it's gaslighting. Is it obscure 80s sci-fi TV or film? I don't know. Is it both? But Mark just Greg said Mark chose obscure 80s sci-fi. So it can be anything, because we can set it out to, every other month, something comes to mind. It's like anything that's obscure to you. That's like, this was a movie, was a TV show, was it a book? Is it 1984? No, that's the truth. It was Mark's idea, because Mark's idea was first the top 3 80s cartoons, which is to still do that. We still got plenty of time. Yeah, pretty much. I love the 80s Strike Back. Back when VH1 actually had sense. Currently, man, we're talking about. Okay, Mark. So Greg said you wanted to do a show tomorrow. We'll record for obscure 80s sci-fi. Pedro asked, "What is it about?" I said it could be anything. We'll just keep it within an hour, and so we can have another 799 episodes later on to say, someone else pops in, say, we got this, or if we even do the shorts, just make that 4 million shorts, and I say, okay, I can put in the dollar sign now. But I'm going to, I gotta look for my Skeletor. Make my Leo Toys Filmation Skeletor to match my Leo Toys Skeletor there. Reaching out for you. You bumbling boob. This one worked perfect. Besides the fact this thing is stuck up too high. So, I don't really have to go to Barbarossa Customs. Well, if I wanted to. If I really wanted to spend money on proper parts of a head and just the armor, then without being stuck with a figure, without being stuck with the animated Skeletor figure I was not happy with, I can just go to his shop and say, okay, I need a Skeletor head, I need the chest armor, I need animation sword, and I need the belt thing, which I'll be all together. So the head and the armor, I just paint the boots. So I can paint another one green, or however I'm going to do it. So fundamentally, it's easier just to get the parts I need rather than just buying the Skeletor that's on the shelf that I didn't like. Because I got all those different heads from him. And they're cool. Not tonight. I just leave them. Yeah. So I got to work tomorrow till 3. come home enough time and we'll figure out what we're going to do for the show. Okay, Babylon 5, Lex, Farscape, War of World. I forgot about there was a War of Worlds TV show. I completely forgot that. Lex was in the 80s? Wow. That was a Tales between parallel universes or something. That was a Showtime. Easy to look up that stuff. I'm not even sure if I have any of that on DVD, but I remember watching it. And the original one who played original actress, she could not come back to film the series, so they went with the other lady. But I see their faces. I just can never remember names. But her, I loved her. It's like, wow. And because it was on Showtime, it's like, yeah. The second movie. I was a robot head in love with her. That's pretty much. The movies were darker, but then it gets Lex, the series on Sci-Fi. So I remember watching them all until the end, and then the dude was brought back to life, and then he dies. And then the Lex, and then the last season, Lex was dying. The final season, they were dying. Lex was dying, and then hatched another child, offspring child. And so Dinkle never changed his outfit. And then what's her name and the robot head, they go off to their travels. I still liked Lex. I liked it a lot. Oh. So it was 90s. Yeah, it had to be 90s because the 80s was all cartoons for me. So we can figure it out. It'll work out. But, so catch the time scales on YouTube and Spill the Geek Tea. Catch Kenz's Creations on YouTube with his Wednesday show, his Friday night insomnia show, which is like after midnight or something for me. So I kept dozing off, so I didn't watch it today. I'll try to watch tomorrow. And on Ostradamus's Clubhouse, Ostradamus Toy Clubhouse. I'm too tired for that too. Catch Pedro Ferreira on Instagram. Catch the Candyman on Instagram. Catch Mega J Retro on YouTube. Under MJR Collector, under Mega J Retro. Under the other show that he's on, I can't remember names again. Still trying to remember the girl's name, character's name on Lex. Try to remember that first actress name. She was German. Oof. And in the second movie, she was taking a shower. So the carpet matched the drapes. She was so beautiful. Then for her to change, that was for sci-fi craziness, that's how they did it. Like, so I was watching the series before I saw the movies, and it's like this is how they get rid of the actress and then the other two, and then create a new character, new woman for the character. But it was still fun. It was still interesting. Yeah. So it was Lex was nice in the 90s, and along with Andromeda, which I love that too. Oh, yes. Mega J Retro. OG. Yes, Automan. We had Automan in an NBC show, and yet we had Teen Turbo as a cartoon. I think it was ABC. And then the Robot Chicken really made that disturbing, as only Robot Chicken can do. Well, it says I'm down to 3 peoples, and I have 3 peoples talking and 3 likes. So I think that's about it. That's 8:46. I'm getting tired. Yes. But we can figure out, for the most part, tomorrow, whoever wants to be on. We'll figure out before we start recording around 6 p.m. Eastern. So, 5:30, between 5:30 and 5:30 and 6, half hour before we start recording, we could figure out exactly what we're talking about and scurry real fast. So if, we'll figure it out. Spider-Man, and his amazing friends. Again, we have the world at our fingertips and is trying to figure out what to think about on the spot. Could do Nerds and Geeks, Nerds versus Geeks Part 2, because we got Patreon. V. Yeah. The pizza thing, I was waiting for Allison. And anything for society versus social media, I was waiting for others to pop in. Like if Eliza would, but she's starting working. So not stressing out, just my mind is just whoa. And knowing I got to work on Monday. Like, that's why if it's recorded, I can do the screenshot on. I can do the work on the screenshot Monday when I come home from work. That's easy to do. Tripods, boy from space. That sounds familiar. So we can. Is when she can come on. She just started her new job. She's having a nice time. So that's the thing. When Eliza can come on, when Katie can come on. I said, when you're available, we'll figure out what episode. I'll throw in a topic and go from there. Allison Troy later in April. Eternian Royalty, he said he was gonna have a day off in March, but I said I would just throw that in during a weekday. What available? Kenny's got limited time with his son, so it's understandable. But if I can get any of the toy crew along during a weekday kind of thing, we'll do that. See how it goes. Trying to say pick out something out of their comfort zones, but like, oh, I sure have customs or something. It's getting to 4 hours again. I believe it again. It happened again. Yes. You will be the main host of Sliders, and we'll be on the ends throwing out like memories and what I remember and what Greg still has to watch, but it's under your title of Sliders, and I'll go by my memories of watching Sliders, and we'll compares at what I remember, and you can confirm facts here and there, and put it for an hour, and then what we're going to do it, like basically the show itself, how she mentioned on how you did the pre-show through the time scales of how the show is. So that gives people the introduction to that, and then we'll go we just go towards we go an episode of production, go an episode of the actors, episode of the character. So we got so many ways of making that expand to at least, even by season, even just go by seasons as well. Like, but in general, for the anniversary, here's sliders, here's the people that were involved, how it progressed, how it digressed, how it got sci-fi and that. So the general gist and idea of sliders. So this episode 1 live, then we'll go to, we'll do another live for, let's go into the characters, how the characters evolved here and there, productions, you know, and if somehow, some way get in the actors, that tells more. How did you feel about your characters? How did you create them in your mind? This and that. Was it written down? Was it your own thoughts and this and that? Like when I go up on stage, it was me that made the character. That's what I had learned from my late director. When we did She Stoops to Conquer, I was the understudy for a character, and he said to someone, "You should put me as the main character." And I smiled, and he just looked up at me and said, "Don't let it go to your head." He didn't want me to copy the character. Didn't want me to copy the person. I'm playing the character now. Do it how I'm supposed to be. I did as Billy Connolly. And that's where he saw me. He saw the comedies, the like bits and pieces here and there with my other characters. That's why he met me as the understudy. So I had 3 different characters I played. Understudy for 2 nights, and the other character, and then the other nights I sat on behind there and did my thing. So 3 different characters on the show, but you only saw 2 at a time. And then when I did my other one, I did 2 different characters. So it's how you felt being, how'd you come about creating this character? So, in-depth things. I like that stuff. Let's see. Everyone has a great. Now here in California, it's pizza time. It's Spanish chorizo. We sell that now too. Chorizo. Telebugs. Yes, that's definitely season by season. So there's so many ways we can look at this, and probably people have, but this is a fresh take. I was like, no one's gonna go back. So this is what we remember. So show season by season, perfect, like that. Oh yes, with honey. Yeah, I'd say since we can even discuss it next week before while we're we just do a layout, do this thing of season by season. uh we have the general idea what the show's about, which is on the time scales, and since it's anniversary, we cover a certain amount here, and I'll go through my memories of the show. So just the highlights of here we go here. We can do season by season on the first episode here. uh Production, like, it went from this to this to this. We can do anything, everything. We expand it, do anyway, but to get people to understand sliders, like what do you want people to understand first? Could get them involved and say, oh, okay, I like this idea, and then we go deep dive afterwards, since people that have watched it know about it. Say, well, we're going to talk about this aspect and then this aspect. So this is good for at least 3 to 4 episodes in the future. It always works out that way. I love Danger Mouse and Count Duckula. Dooby dooby doo. I actually like the separate cartoon of Count Duckula over Count Duckula's introduction in Danger Mouse. They're just sillier. I love Count Duckula in both, but the sillier one for me was his own show. That's the way it is. It's kind of weird. So down to 3. So I think Jay is gone for a nap, and Kenny is preparing for tonight. I'm going to. Sorry, 9 o'clock. It would have been a full 4-hour show if I didn't have the problems with the internet, as usual. But it usually happens on Wednesday, and that's what's happened tonight. And I'm almost considering pushing this show an hour earlier. I'm going to think about it. At least half an hour earlier. I will see. So even though it says Wednesday is still 3 o'clock, but Saturday I still have 5 o'clock, I may just jump in 4:30 and just start talking. So from 4:30 to 8:30, or make it 4.5 hours. I don't know. We'll see. Because if I start earlier, maybe it won't last this long, or maybe people could still jump in later. So it'll be a 5-hour show. Oh my word! But doobie. Thanks for the memories. I do 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 do. I do 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 do. Thank you so much. So, gentlemen, thank you for popping in. Special appearance by Mega J Retro. He said, "Okay, I can scan back 4 hours if I feel like it, or zoom through and look through the chat because I do have live chat replay." And the Candyman pops in. Kenny listening as he's painting. And I guess I'll look for parts from Barbarossa Customs, which would be easier not to have another figure, which I did not want because I was not satisfied with the animated version of Skeletor's head over the custom one that I got off of eBay. So I just grab it from Barbarossa Customs, the armor and the head, and make my Leo Toys version of the animated figure. That makes sense. That makes more sense. U.S. Mr. Bean? But it is well, it's too late for Pedro and Mark. It's late. Technically, it's only 8 o'clock here, but it's forced to 9 o'clock. And because I see that, I'm tired. Because it's 8 o'clock, I won't be drooping. So I'm going to... What was it? Tomorrow Sunday, yeah. Tomorrow Sunday, it's going to be a 8-hour day. Come in, get into the studio, and we'll think of, at the time, if we're going to do 80s sci-fi or 80s cartoons or anything there, we'll just do it on the fly. We'll have a few moments to bring up the internet to gather information. I will set the studio, and we'll keep it as a future recorded episode for any time, because it's not linked to anything in particular. It's just we're talking nostalgia, because Monday's episode is the St. Patrick's Day episode. Then we jump to live the next week. Then we do last Sunday's recording for the end of the month, and then April we'll go from there. We either go from, we think of a topic on the fly, or we just speak in general. See how many people can get in the chat. And if someone brings something up in chat, we'll go with that. But I will work on a list, as everyone has ideas, which I'm welcome to. But, wow, my eyes are... Knowing it's 9 o'clock, it's killing my eyes. Excuse me. Cindy Landau. It's all part of my rock and roll fantasy. It's all part of my rock and roll dreams. We got so many things, because the title alone that was created and I did the voiceover for. We can talk about comics, we can talk about movies, we can talk about TV, we talk about anime, which I don't know if who will ever come back, but if I can get Anime Angie, we're just still friends. And anything else. That's what geeks talk about. It's about having fun. It's about spilling our knowledge and stuff. But as I said in the beginning, maybe I will say something first instead of saying something, but I'd rather people that have been doing podcasts for enough that are more experienced than me to go about, say something, and then I'll ride the coattails. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. It's like we're doing now. We're running through a list of things. Like, well, I didn't think about that either. Always ideas. Sci-fi section. I never watched that movie. Yeah, Short Circuit. I watched Short Circuit. Watched both of them. I had fun with that. Inner Space I just know of, and it was based on an original story which I can't remember anymore. I did. It wasn't Planet of the Giants. No, Land of the Giants. Land of the Giants. Planet of the Giants. Land of the Giants. I think no, it wasn't. Inner Space was based on something else, but that can be always looked up. Well, everyone thinks of ideas. I will try to. I just, my shows are just relieving stress off my mind. For Sunday, just sit back and go, here's a topic. Let everyone else have fun with it. I'll ride the coattails. So that's why for me, it's not stressful. This is not stressful either. It's just me just rambling. And didn't know it was going to be 4 hours again. Holy moly. According to my late director, I'm an effing a-hole. But that was a compliment. Compliment from an old drag queen. Because my ex at the time said, well, ex-friend, we never really got on. Could have, should have. She said, oh, that's a compliment. I said, I know. I was so happy. Paul Wegman called me an effing a-hole. Because the guy repeated what he said to me. He said to him, the best quote ever. But Paul's still looking down at me saying, yeah, you're so lazy. You create a show which let everyone else talk, but you don't talk about it. Well, that's being a true leader. Let everyone else do the work, and that's being a boss. Okay, whatever. The cat's waving. Yes. Good night, Rose. Time for me to go sleep. So, good night, everybody. Wednesday, see you all tomorrow. We'll gather in the studio like an hour before. So, 45 minutes before. So we'll get an idea what we're going to do here. Kenny goes, who? Only the best of friends are going to. I know. Yeah. The man knew I had the talent, but I just didn't. I went to try to do business and that failed. But, he's looking down at me, still calling me that. Still saying, why am I wasting time? So we'll figure it out. We know the live show, we know the promise of it, and then we can expand on that. So Pedro take control of that. Like Jay took control of the nerds versus geeks. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So 2 p.m. California, 5 p.m. here. So I'll be here. I'll be just doing other things up to that point, and then we'll figure it out. We'll have a conversation. Exactly. I remember that episode. I watched it on rerun. The whole premise of it, and then to throw in the alien things. Like, oh, you're from a parallel universe. Okay, it's a sci-fi show. Got to. I understand. But we'll figure it out. We'll compile a list of topics because my brain was kind of warped for the past 20, and then when we went to episode 6, and then I got my head ripped off because I didn't feel like the show was going to go anywhere. I just want all of us to have a part of something unique. And this is unique. Well, this is obscurely unique as it is. But all of us gathering together, like-minded, having fun. We'll try to keep it within an hour just so people don't go, okay, this has gone into 2 hours. We're going to kind of, oh, I got 4 likes. That's pretty awesome. I was like, I'm tired, not going to watch anymore. If we keep it within the time frame of 45 minutes to an hour, then have people watch the entire episode. And they go, oh, part 2. Okay, we'll watch that. That's so I'm always in my mind of, yeah, we can go on for hours talking about something, but are people going to come back and watch that episode thoroughly? Always, these freaking shorts, 5-second attention span. Oh, it landed on the floor 5 seconds. If we keep it 45 minutes to an hour and say, okay, part 2's coming, and then a jump in part 2, okay, kind of like this, get the idea, get the gist of it. It all works out that way. Okay, so sliders. No, it's not a small sandwich, it's a small burger. Sliders. Which White Castle, it was far superior than Crystal. Oh my God. Just go to your freezer section in the grocery store and get a bunch of White Castles. And a hell of a lot cheaper, too. Boom. Dang it. It was 4 hours. What do you think? Yeah. Arby's has sliders. Arby's stands for roast beef. I found that out a couple of years ago. Arby's. Roast beef. Wah, wah. Okay, I want to get some cheese, but I'm not. I'm going to get my free thing off of Hero Wars. Not going to do any Publisher Clearinghouse. Just want to get my free daily thing off there so I don't lose a day because of that obsession there. I won't play any games. Just going to get my free things. You don't like horsey sauce? I love that horsey sauce. If you want horseradish sauce, holy crap. The smell that you will receive because you had the burning sensation in your nose because horseradish sauce clears it out. And sad thing is they have like 5 sauces, but you had to, I don't know if some of them still exist. It was like besides ketchup. Okay. 2 other special sauces because ketchup was one of them. Besides Arby's sauce and horsey sauce, they had 2 others. One was a citrusy pepper kind of thing. I was like, oh my God. We had to go inside and do the pump thing because they never released it in packets or in the jars. Like, why do you want to get a jar for in the grocery store? Just go to freaking Arby's and grab a bunch of packets. It's free. But I needed the horsey sauce because on my either roast beef or beef and cheddar. And they don't have coupons anymore. That's a shame. Okay. How about sauce? Well, you can also put tartar sauce on your big boy burger because that's what they do in Wisconsin. Happy trails. Okay. It's time. 9:12. Here comes the migraine again. I think this is longest because it's 4 minutes. Oh, it's why am I not focused here? It's focusing on the damn side. There we go. That's better. Okay, so try to get the organization back on. But Spill the Geek Tea within 45 minutes to an hour just to get the viewership. People come in. That's good. Thank you, Kenny. Technology sucks. Wednesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. See what happens if I do anything on my birthday. So, to anyone else, please like, subscribe, share, comment. To Tasty Cake, Spill the Geek Tea, The Time Scales, Kenzo's Creations, Pedro's page on Instagram. We got to put these things here. We're moderators. You need to type in these addresses. So, Candyman, which, you catch us on Spill the Geek Tea. The banners are on there. That's easy done. All these moderators and no money coming in. So, time for bed. Yes. Time. Temperatures rise. Good night. And always remember, time waits and turns slowly. How come we got 5 people now? Oh, yeah. Jay was on here too. And Mega J Retro on YouTube.